stream, and it was very good, very fun. And big thank you to everyone that, all the members that joined us for that. I thought, as I said, it was very enjoyable. So we just did a member stream. We are here, though, for SmackDown, and we've got a full preview for us to jump over to. So let's do that. I feel like I haven't really spoke to you guys in a while. Don't know why. I was here doing WEP yesterday. I suppose it's because, like, not loads of people join us for Evolve. So, and obviously the WEP's on a different channel. So I suppose it's been a couple of days, really, since we've done a big stream, like the NXT stream. So it's probably that. It's probably because it's been a couple of days since we did that. But yeah, I hope everyone's good. Obviously, there's been a few bits and bobs around today. We did an unseen earlier. Managed to get it out. Some pretty fun videos in that, actually. I like Randy Orton's brother doing stand-up. That was pretty good. And also the superstars signing cards and getting them to fans at WWE World. So there's a few bits in there which are pretty fun. But yes, we're here for SmackDown. So what have we got with SmackDown? So WWE Champion Cody Rhodes is going to be kicking off SmackDown. So he's going to be opening the show. Obviously, still recovering from that eye injury. We haven't seen Randy since night 1 of WrestleMania. I don't expect Cody to be cleared for Backlash. That's like next weekend. So I'm not expecting anything there. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what gets said. It'll be interesting to see if Randy confronts him. I think the CM Punk thing is for further down the road. So I'm not expecting like Punk to come out or anything like that. It might be interesting if someone else came out. It might be interesting if like Sammy came out or something, you know? Maybe Sammy kind of going off on Cody, feeling like he's not helped him or supported him, or the fans have betrayed him and he thinks Cody's giving him some bad advice or something like this. Like, maybe we could do a segment along those lines. Just something away from the Randy story and something different to the CM Punk thing. Because as I said, I don't think we can really go anywhere with Cody right now whilst he's got this injury. So, I don't know. I really don't know what to expect. I suppose that's what it comes down to. Saints is going to make his appearance in this segment. Obviously, he's very good friends with Cody. I don't know. I don't know that we would do that. I suppose we could. I suppose Ricky could make his presence felt on the main roster by interrupting Cody, but that is listed separately. Ricky Saints makes his debut on SmackDown. So, no, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. So, we got Cody opening the show. Don't know quite what to expect. We got Ricky debuting. Is that going to be in that segment? We're going to have to wait and see. Jacob returns to SmackDown after brutally securing a title match against Roman at Backlash. So we got Jacob on the show. We got Charlotte looking for payback with Jacy, Jayne. And I'm so excited by that. I flipping loved that. That was one of my favorite parts of last week, actually, was I'm a big Fatal Influence fan anyway. I love their music. I love their entrance. I'm a Jacy, Jayne fan. Fallon and Laney are fine. I don't have really any feelings for them apart from they're just solid workers. I feel like the spotlight has been much brighter on Jacy than it has on Fallon and Laney. And in fact, there was a few little looks before they came up and it felt like they might split. I think those looks were because at one point Jacy was coming up on her own. We hadn't heard any chatter of Fatal Influence coming up. It had all been about Jacy. So if you think back to NXT, there was all these like little looks between Laney and Jacy and Fallon, Laney and Fallon. And it kind of felt like a turn was coming. They were going to turn on Jacy. Jacy would then get called up on her own. Really pleased that didn't happen. And I'm really pleased they're all here as a group. I am a fan of this group. I think when they actually have matches as a group, there's some good chemistry. Like, there's some lovely sequences that they've got quick tags and they work really well together. So, yeah, just good. So I'm totally on board with seeing what they're going to be up to. And obviously, Jacy getting some real heat last week as well. I mean, they could not have asked for much more from that crowd last week. So, Very good. Very excited to see how that plays out. So, yeah, SmackDown tonight. I'm not sure where we are. Doesn't say. Doesn't say where we are. But hopefully it'll be a good crowd all the same. Let's go to the chats. I was just looking to see if there was any bits coming in. WWE has introduced another mystery caller storyline. What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? What is this?
Hello? I know. I think. I know. Yeah. I was different now. I just keep tapping in. And went from little cousin, one right, he was right, and then one time I'm not ready to know. After tonight, there ain't no more no's. Hey. It's not even backlash, Roman. I'll see you this Monday.
Well, I wouldn't like to be locked in a room alone with him. That's my takeaway. I felt like I was in the room with him there, and I was like, don't like it. Don't like it. Don't like this at all. Interesting. I mean, when he said, I love you guys, it feels like he's on his phone to family. Don't know if it was his wife, kids, not sure. Interesting. Of course, we can't rule out Pat McAfee. We can't rule out Pat McAfee because he was the mystery caller last time. So we can't rule him out this time. So confirmed, it's Pat McAfee on the phone. Very interesting. It's going to be a major news story. Pat McAfee is going to take Jacob's place at Backlash. He's going to win the World Heavyweight Championship. It's going to be very well received. So apparently that just dropped. Apparently that came out. WWE has introduced another mystery caller storyline, this time for Jacob. I don't know if it's so much of a mystery caller storyline, but I suppose it is. I don't know that we're meant to really focus on it as much. Felt like it was just family to me, but I don't know. We'll see how that plays. Oh, this was terrible as well, and we do need to touch. Oh god, this was terrible. So Rebel, who is not a WWE performer, she was with AEW. And she has been struggling with her health in recent years. She was great when she was with Britt Baker. And so she has come out and said that she's got a diagnosis of ALS. The doctors don't know how long she's got, basically. It's horrific. It's horrific. I mean, that is a disease that kind of slowly over time shuts the body down. And she's just been got the diagnosis. Her speech is just, I just haven't seen anything of her, actually. I mean, I'd heard that she'd been dealing with health issues. I didn't know it was this severe. And it's horrific, absolutely horrific. I put a comment on just saying, sending love and thoughts. Everyone has actually been reaching out to her because, how can you not? It's just awful. Here's Natalia actually commenting. She said, my heart goes out to you, Rebel. You are so brave. Thank you for sharing this with us. You've made such an impact on so many people. And I hope that you feel all the love that is coming back to you right now. We're all standing behind you. I'm thinking of you and sending you so much love. So, oh God, it's horrific. It is horrific. I don't know how many times this has been viewed, 600 odd thousands. As I said, I sent a comment. Sean Rossap sent a comment. I know people in our community have sent comments. Grimm's Toy Show has sent comments. Yeah, loads of people reaching out, sending thoughts, whatever. But it's just awful, isn't it? It's just awful. So yeah, hopefully we can focus on something a bit more positive. But that was that dropped today as well. Okay, Jackal said, is there any excitement with the fact that Dexter Lumis has cut his hair and beard and brought back his moustache? Or is it too soon after his release? Thoughts? Is there any excitement? Well, there's no excitement from me because, I mean, he's out of WWE. So wherever he goes next, you know, I'm kind of... I think it says to me that his time with the Wyatts is over. And I kind of felt that anyway. I didn't really feel like he was going to go anywhere with the Wyatts. It's too big of a group. That group is just so big that it's hard. I mean, and if you're going to bring them in as well, if you had your own wrestling company, you're going to need a big budget to bring in those 5 people. First of all, you're going to have to convince them to stay together because some of them might be done, you know, willing to explore other things or wanting to explore other things. I mean, for example, I don't know, does Nikki Cross move back to Scotland now, for example? I don't know. Does she go back to the UK to be with her family or something? Like, you'd have to convince them to stay as a group, right? And I don't even know if they want to do that. But then you'd also have to convince them that you're going to invest in them, not just financially, but creatively. Because I don't think they'd want to come in just to be sat in catering again. So you're going to have to convince them that you're going to work with them and tell the story properly and dig into the character. That's going to be a big investment of TV time and of your product, right? So again, we would do it because we're Wyatt 6 fans, right? And so we would give that time. But I don't know about Tony Khan, and I don't know about TNA. And I don't know. I certainly don't think New Japan would, or a lot of other places. And to be honest, you haven't got loads of options out there as to where they could go. So realistically, is it more likely they stay together as a group? Or is it more likely they break apart and just go off as individuals? I always felt it was more likely that they would go off as individuals now. I think the Wyatt 6 journey has come to an end. And I think now, you know, it's a lot easier to get booked individually than it is as a group of that size, right? And certainly the Indies wouldn't be able to support a group of that size. So for me, I think him shaving his beard, shaving off the hair and everything, I don't see that as something necessarily to get excited about. It wasn't something that I got excited about. It was more like, I think, him moving on from the Wyatts, getting ready to venture back out as being Sam Shaw, kind of going back to that look that he had, which is the look he had when he was in NXT and when he first came to the main roster and he was kind of like stalking people. Whether he'll kind of keep that gimmick going, whether he thinks there's still legs in that, or whether he wants to kind of explore something else, we'll have to wait and see. But that's how it came across to me, him now kind of taking that next step, getting rid of the look for the Wyatt 6. So yeah, I think that was him saying that part of his career is done now. So I don't know, if you got excited by it, that's fantastic. That's great. I hope people do get excited by the wrestlers that have sadly been released. But it kind of felt like that was the end of the Wyatt 6 journey. So, Jackal, thank you, my friends. Connor said, do we think Kyrie's going to return in the Asuka Io match at Backlash as a hooded figure, like when R-Truth did during Cena Cody? I don't think so at the moment, because the fans were pretty loud last weekend, but I'd say it's kind of been quiet actually since Monday. She's not trending. I'm not seeing as much noise around it. And so I don't know. I think if you release people, you know, and certainly if you do it on a Friday, you've got to know that people are going to react to it, you know? I mean, if you was Triple H and you released Wyatt 6, Kyrie Sane, all these people, I mean, you have to know that there's going to be a reaction. People aren't just going to read it and go, oh, that's a shame. People are going to respond. And so if I'm Triple H, I know the weekend is going to be pretty annoying. Probably best to stay off social media, right? Because people are not going to love this news. But that's why, for me, the weekend last weekend being noisy, you probably have to expect. But if you want something really special, really like a proper movement, somewhat like, you know, how the fans kept chanting for CM Punk long after he'd walked out. Or like Yes-Mania with Daniel Bryan, how the fans just did not let that go. It was just yes, yes, yeah. You know, they were not giving it up, man. I think like that movement, that We Want Kyrie movement, it had to carry on. It had to go past last weekend. One weekend was just not enough noise. And also, you know, it was last weekend that person tried to assassinate the Trump administration. So obviously that came through, and that was the talk of the town then. So that obviously dampened down stuff as well, like a major news story like that. The President of the United States having an assassination attempt. That obviously dominated the conversation last weekend as well. So I think for me at the moment, it just doesn't feel like there's enough noise. The only thing that might have happened is if they wanted Kyrie to stay and she said, no, I'm going to go back to Japan, whatever. And then she saw the love for her and she changed her mind, got in touch with them. Is there a chance of that? Maybe. But she kind of came out with a message that suggested she never wanted to go anyway. So I don't know that she has got that power to hit them up and say, look, I'd like to come back. It seems to be suggested that it was Triple H that sort of made the decision to let her go. So he would be the one that would have to change his mind. And I don't know if the noise last weekend would be enough to do it. So at the moment, am I expecting her to get involved at Backlash? No. I'm not saying it's impossible, because as you said, we have seen it before. But I don't think this is a work. And I don't think there was enough noise for her to come back. It was a lot louder for R-Truth than Kyrie. The Kyrie stuff was good, noisy on the Saturday, but as I said, it kind of settled down a little bit on the Sunday. And, you know, there wasn't really much on Raw, was there? There was one chant when Asuka was in the ring that WWE may have turned down. But really, other than that, that was it. So I don't know. I can't really sit here and say that there was really enough noise. But we'll have to wait and see, won't we? There's definitely a chance of it happening. A chance. Triple A said there are rumours that Randy and Cody will be at Clash in Italy with a stipulation. Do we think that Randy would win the title? They're saying the match could end the feud. There's also rumours that Punk and Cody at SummerSlam. Well, Punk Cody at SummerSlam, I think those rumours are coming from the confrontation the other day. Someone put a message out saying, if you had to predict the main event of SummerSlam right now, what would you predict? I saw a lot of people saying Punk Cody, Oba versus Roman, and I can sort of see that, to be honest. I can sort of see that. So Oba, Roman, Punk, Cody. If that's where we are, then I don't know that Randy gets the belt, because if that's where we end up, I suppose Roman Oba doesn't need the belt. I suppose you could make the argument that Cody and Punk doesn't need the belt, but I don't know. I'm not sure that I'm feeling Randy getting it. We know that he was going to be getting it, and then like the plans changed. And now that Cody's injured, I don't know. I feel like we're completely going down roads we were not meant to go down, because we know that Backlash was meant to be that tag match. And there was also reports that Randy was going to be winning the belt at WrestleMania as well. But I think Pat and Jelly Roll jumping out of the story has now took us in a different direction. I think Cody getting injured has also took us in a different direction. And so I can't even tell you if WWE quite know what the plan is right now, to be honest with you. I don't even know if... I feel like that whole story has just been completely derailed. I feel like it's ruined. I think you could probably do a damn good segment that brings it back to life. I wouldn't say it's permanently ruined. I just feel like maybe if we got Cody and Randy a heart-to-heart in the ring, you know, one of those segments where you go, oh, that was good. That was exactly what we needed. I think you could get it back on track. But as of right now, the train seems to have come off the track and the carriages are on fire. And it's just hard to see what we're going to be able to sort of salvage, really. So, yeah, I'm not sure when Cody's going to be back and available. I mean, maybe we get an answer tonight. Maybe Randy confronts him and we start the build to Clash in Italy, which you're right is the very end of this month. That would give Cody about 4 weeks, which might be enough time. I'm not sure. There's not been an update as to the severity of his injury, so it might be enough time. But at the moment, if we look towards SummerSlam, people are... There's no rumors on it, but there's just people believing that Punk Cody, Ober Roman, and if it's not Ober, it'll probably be Gunther Roman. Although some are still thinking that the Brock retirement might not be legit. So that could turn out to be Gunther Brock, Ober Roman, Punk Cody. This is kind of where people's minds are right now. So it's hard to see where Randy fits in to that. So that's why I would just be leaning towards, I'm not sure that he's going to get the belt at the moment. I'm not sure he's going to get the belt. Unless he gets it at Clash and drops it, I don't know. I don't know what show we've got in June or July. King and Queen of the Ring. Or whatever July is. We normally do Money in the Bank around this time, but that's been moved later in the year, hasn't it? So it won't be Money in the Bank. So I'm not sure what the PLE lineup looks like yet, but it's all quite messy at the moment. We had a couple of super chats in. Let's get to those. Aaron, hello, my friends. Here's some money for the grind over WrestleMania weekend and the continued videos. Thank you, my friends. Aaron, I really appreciate that, but hope you had a good time at WrestleMania. Where do we think Ricky will be on the main roster? I think he's very talented. There's thoughts and prayers to Rebel. Horrible news. Yeah, just awful. Yeah, awful. In regards to Ricky, I like Ricky a lot. I don't quite see him being top of the card at the moment. I think he's someone that, for me, is still sort of exploring the character because I kind of liked him as a babyface. I definitely think there's something there with him as a babyface. As a heel, he's pretty expressive. He's one of those heels that, you know, he's going to squeal out whenever you're, like, chopping him or whatever. And he's kind of very over-dramatic, but I kind of like that. I think he just turns it up, like, you know, you are very sports entertained when you watch him. But I think that's still something he's still kind of exploring, actually, because he hasn't been heel all that long. And so, for me, I think that he needs a good period of time in the mid-card. And then we need to see how all the chips fall. And then from there, we can sort of see how he's connected with the audience. I think he'll connect well because he is someone that's got charisma. You know, he's someone that, as I said, it can be a little OTT at times, but that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Because I would say that Shawn was also very OTT at times, and we're talking about one of the very best to ever do it. So this is sports entertainment at the end of the day. This is about really trying to turn things up to 11, and I think Ricky has got the ability to do that. In-ring is very solid, although I have seen some matches from him that have sort of underwhelmed a little bit. I wouldn't say he's like the best in-ring performer. I think I think if you put him in there with a really good worker, he can give you a really good match. But if you put him in there with someone that's so-so, the match will probably be so-so. And I feel like we kind of saw that in his match with Shiloh the other day, where for me it was like one of the weaker matches on NXT. And it was the main event as well. So rather than like bringing the best out of an opponent, I don't feel like I see that happening yet. So there's probably a little bit more work needed when it comes to the in-ring side of things. I think it's just really like getting reps in. Just like, do you know what I mean? Really nailing, because I'm not sure how much he performed in AEW. But I feel like just need to, without house shows and everything, it's hard, isn't it? I think his time in NXT was absolutely the right move. He was in NXT for about 12 months, and he will have done house shows, and he would have done matches on TV on a fairly regular basis. I think that's only going to have helped. But just more of that, really. Just get used to the character, get comfortable with things, keep having more matches, keep facing different opponents. As you said, there's a talent that's there. I like him on the microphone. I like his entrance music. His entrance music feels quite big. It feels like a star is coming out. I like the pose. I mean, the pose is good. The entrance is good. He is not the biggest of guys, which might be a barrier for some, but he's definitely someone that cares about his appearance, right? He's someone that likes to be well groomed and thinks very highly of himself, and that translates well. There's definitely a really solid mid-carder there, at least. I think the rest is going to depend on how he connects with the audience, and we're not going to really know that till he comes up. But how did the audience take to him? And I mean, look at what happened with LA Knight. I suppose in a way I feel very similar to Ricky as I do LA Knight. LA Knight was also someone that I think came up to be a bit of a mid-carder and just really connected with the audience. And a large part of that, of course, was the catchphrases, the charisma on the microphone. I don't know that Ricky has necessarily got catchphrases. Can't really think of something that people are shouting back at him, but he is someone that's got charisma on the microphone. And he has got a good entrance. And he has got, a decent look. I think he could be bigger, but, he's got a decent look. As I said, he cares about his appearance. I think, like, mid-carder, I'd be looking at kind of him getting into a few stories, going after a mid-card title. I suppose LA Knight would be the benchmark. And if he connects, then LA Knight, where LA Knight hopefully is going to go on to win a world title at some point. I think you could also compare him to a little bit like a Carmelo Hayes. Carmelo, I would say, is someone that came from NXT. He's been in the mid-card. You could see him winning a world title, but he's got to have that connection with the audience. We've been working on that. I think we're in a good place with that, actually. Sami Zayn is having mad heat on him at the moment because of how he took Carmelo's place away. So that says that the fans are with Melo. And obviously Melo missing out on WrestleMania is only going to build sympathy. If there is a silver lining to Melo missing out on Mania, it's that it'll build big sympathy for him. And actually, I wonder, and I'm giving them way too much credit, but I wonder if that was part of the thinking. I wonder if part of the thinking was, let's leave him off the Mania card, because we could put him on, but actually there's maybe just as much of a benefit to not, because the fans are going to feel like he was cheated, and actually the fans will gravitate towards him more. There was something which Cody said, which I thought was very interesting. He was talking about conditioning the fan base, about how we haven't conditioned the fan base for certain things. And they have a lot of tricks up their sleeve as to how they can make you think and feel a certain way. Wrestling has always tried to control fans' emotions. Doesn't always succeed, of course. But there's lots of little tips and tricks and things they do to try and make you feel a certain way. And I don't know, that would be, I mean, if you've got someone the fans like and you leave them off the big show, the fans are going to be angry and they're going to feel like sympathy for that person. That is the outcome of that. That's how that goes, and that's how that will always go. So I think we're giving them way too much credit there if we say they did it for that reason, to build the bond between the fans and Carmelo. But the positive silver lining is that it probably has done that. Probably has built up sympathy for him, and it'll mean that next time we see him, he'll get like, you know, a really nice pop, actually, really good reaction. It feels like he was cheated, you know. They were doing the same sort of thing with Daniel Bryan, constantly trying to screw Daniel Bryan over, which just built up the love for Daniel Bryan more. And actually, in an interview, I heard Daniel Bryan saying, he kept saying to Vince, like, screw me over again. Just keep screwing me over all throughout 2013. Just keep screwing me over, because it's all it's doing is it's making me a bigger star. Every time I get cheated or robbed, the fans, you know, feel more sympathy and whatever. So a bit of food for thought there. But yeah, Aaron, I really appreciate the support, my friend, and I'm in agreement with you. I think he's a really solid talent. I think he's a really good person. We were watching him when he was in NWA, and we were doing our power watch-alongs. So that goes all the way back to like 2020. That was before he joined AEW. He went from NWA Power, NWA, to AEW. So he's been on our radar for a while, and it's been a real fun one to watch his rise, actually, because I remember watching him in NWA thinking, he's got something. I can't quite tell what it is, but he's got something. You know, he really thought highly of himself. There was an arrogance that was there, or confidence. And, you know, he had an interesting look. I didn't find his in-ring to be that special. His promos weren't bad, but you're like, there's something there. And he's definitely developed all his skills since then. And you've got a pretty good all-round performer now. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing his debut. I thought his time in NXT was a success. Jackal said, could we be right on the tipping of an iceberg for a Cody heel turn? We could be. I mean, Cody said that he's more open to it now. And I think it's going to depend really on what they do next. I think that his feud with Randy was such a mess. It's kind of hard to know what we take out of it. I mean, what I take out of it is that they were failing at getting the fans to turn on Cody. Even with Pat's involvement, like, all you did was you didn't succeed. You did one half of the job, which was you made Randy look like an option you didn't want to support. Because if you support Randy, then you support Pat. So that was one side. But the other side is you've got to build up Cody. Cody's got to look like a good alternative, right? And they didn't change anything about Cody. Cody was exactly the same. So all you did was you just, like, there was people that don't like Cody anyway that stayed not liking Cody. And all you did was you just poured cold water over Randy, right? So that meant that really people were just down on the whole thing. So I feel like they did half the job rather than, like, you know, trying to build up Cody. You've got to make Cody the more attractive option. And I think by, you know, putting someone with Randy and generating heat, that was not a bad shout. Pat, for me, was not the right person. But there was maybe an idea there that you could see why someone had thought of it. But, you again, people are tired of this version of Cody. And if you're not going to evolve the character, we're going to constantly have this conversation. So it's going to come down to what do they do next? Because there is a big difference between Cody and Sammy. Sammy's getting booed wherever he goes. Cody doesn't. You know, Cody will come out tonight, and I'm not expecting him to get loud boos. I would imagine that there'll be loud cheers. There'll be kids dressed as him. There'll be Cody signs. There'll be some boos. But it's mixed at best, right? Mixed. In regards to Sammy, it's not mixed. He's just getting booed out the building everywhere he goes. So at the moment, it doesn't feel like Cody heel turn is like essential. It still doesn't quite feel like it's the only option on the table. I think if I was sat here watching him get the reaction Sammy is getting, then I would feel like it was, yeah, we got to do it. I mean, with Sammy, I just don't know how you're going to turn that crowd around. I suppose you got to address the problem, really, but I don't think it'll fix it. I mean, the problem is he took Carmelo's spot, and Carmelo missed out on WrestleMania. They could have quite easily fixed that by making it clear that Carmelo was injured, so he couldn't make it anyway, right? And so then, you know, you might have been able to have dampened down the heat on Sammy. Instead, Carmelo's been coming out saying, I was really gutted at missing out on WrestleMania, but, you know, you've got to just dust yourself off and keep moving forwards. That obviously does not help Sammy, those kind of comments. So, you know, that's a whole dumpster fire they've got going on with Sammy. That one, you might just have to turn him. There might be no other option. In regards to Cody, I still don't feel like I'm quite there yet, because I'm still not seeing him getting booed out the building everywhere he goes. And there's still a lot of people that are buying merch. I think, was Cody not the top in stadium merch seller? I think the top 3 was like Cody, Punk, and Danhausen. So, I mean, Cody merch, even at WrestleMania, was still flying out. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. He's open to it. He said that he's, you know, more open to it now. I just get frustrated that I don't see them trying anything new with him. That's what frustrates me. It's, you know, eventually you're going to get to the point where the boos are going to get so loud, they'll get like Sammy, and you'll just have to turn him heel. So I don't know what plan they've got. Someone somewhere needs to decide what they're going to do, because just keep doing the exact same thing is not the right way forward, in my opinion. So we'll have to see what they have planned. There's no word on a heel turn coming, but yeah, they could do it. They could pull the trigger, but I can't say that it's guaranteed and that it's coming. I mean, what we know is that Triple H, I think, likes having Cody as that white meat babyface. And we know that Cody has come out and said that he's a lot more open to turning heel. But there's no word of like a heel turn coming. So, in fact, I think I heard the opposite. I think I heard there was no planned heel turn in sight. But again, you know, that's probably someone that works for WWE that wouldn't even know if there was one coming or not. So you have to take stuff like that with a pinch of salt. Daze, if Cody and Punk did happen at SummerSlam, says AAA, or down the line, do we think that Punk could beat Cody and win the title? That would be fun if it happens, but when would Randy win it? I think if we did that, yeah, it probably would make sense to have Punk win, only because Punk's obviously lost at WrestleMania, Cody won at Mania, so it would be a bit of a shame for Punk to lose 2 in a row. And I wouldn't be down actually on that being like, you know, Punk having the belt and having a run with the WWE Championship. I actually thought that Punk's run was going okay. You know, he'd beat Bron Breakker. He'd competed against Finn Balor at Elimination Chamber. His build, I mean, his promos and build to WrestleMania were probably the best thing. I mean, I would say the best moment was maybe Randy beating up Cody. That was probably the absolute best moment. But really, outside of that, it's got to be Punk's promos. You know, Liv and Stephanie had some fun brawls, but really, other than that, I mean, Ober and Brock just had a few little moments. That was, you know, there wasn't really too much to it, was there? They kept that very basic, but it worked. So there wasn't really loads to dig your teeth into on the road to WrestleMania if you think back. But apart from all the Pat nonsense. So yeah, I thought Punk did a lot of great work on the road to WrestleMania. Personally, I would have liked for him to have won at Mania and then maybe drop the belt to Roman at Backlash. I just don't think I need this Jacob Roman story personally. I just don't really quite get the story with Jacob being kind of off with Roman, and I feel like it's come out of nowhere, you know? I feel like it's sort of come out of nowhere. I feel like we haven't really built this. We haven't really, you know, done anything there. I mean, if anything, Jacob, it feels like he should go after Cody because it was Jacob, Drew, and Cody that were feuding earlier this year. Jacob went after Drew. He beat Drew. So now it's like he should really go after Cody and go after his belt. We have not explained why we have not done that. Really, apart from the fact that, like, I don't know, I'm guessing Cody's injured and Jacob just doesn't want to wait. I think, didn't he say, like, Randy, was it like, I don't know, I can't remember. He said, like, all the champs are locked down or something. I don't know. No, that wasn't even him, was it? That was Oba that said that. So, yeah, I don't know. Why didn't he go after Cody? I feel like there's a few things in this story which I've just been struggling with kind of throughout. I don't really get the animosity. You can sort of make some fit if you want. I don't kind of understand why he's gone after Roman rather than going after Cody. I don't understand why it's all had to happen so quickly, you know, rather than like tease something and then pay it off at a PLE down the road. It's like it's got to happen now. It's got to happen now, and it feels a bit quick. It feels a bit rushed. And also the other thing as well is because it's the show straight after WrestleMania, it doesn't really feel like Jacob's winning. I mean, if we were doing Punk Roman instead, the rematch, you would have something to think about there, wouldn't you? I mean, does Punk win again, or does Roman get it this time? I think a lot of us be like, nah, it's probably Roman that gets it this time. But there'd be a chance that Punk could still retain. I'd feel a lot more confident that there was a bigger chance Punk could retain than Jacob winning the belt. I really don't feel like Jacob's got much of a chance next weekend at all. So, yeah, for me, like, I would have think rather Punk had won at Mania, and then we do the rematch, and maybe Roman gets it in the rematch. In regards to Randy, I don't know where he's going to fit into things, because if it is going to be Punk and Cody at SummerSlam, then I can only imagine that we're just going to keep feuding with Cody and Randy. Cody will ultimately get the better of the feud and then just move on. I think it's going to be revealed that it was Randy that attacked Jacob, because I don't think it was Drew. I don't know if we've dropped that story, but I think it'll probably be revealed that it was Randy, and then that means Randy can move on to a Jacob feud. So actually at SummerSlam, you could be looking at Randy Jacob. You could be looking at Randy Jacob, and it could connect to the fact that Jacob got attacked backstage. You could be looking at Cody Punk after what was teased, and I think people would really love Roman Oba, but it could be Roman Gunther. Certainly if Brock is not around. If Brock has retired, then I think Roman Gunther probably makes sense, because of the fact that I think Gunther now is at the point where he wants the title. And it could be that he's going to use Paul Heyman to try and get a title opportunity. So that's kind of where things feel like they might end up falling. Right, Daze, do we think Cody should be out of the title scene since he's been in that for 3 years? Maybe bring in some new talent into the title picture, said Mr. Dell Jr. I don't mind, to be honest, because WWE obviously always use their biggest stars around the title picture. That was true of John Cena. It was true of Hulk Hogan. It was true of the like of Stone Cold and The Rock. You know, I mean, it was true of Bruno Sammartino. You can go back through the history of WWE. Whoever your top stars are tend to be around the title picture. Like 3 years is actually not that long for Cody to be sort of around the title picture. I appreciate that there are people that are tired of Cody and he just doesn't really do it for them. the truth is that building new stars is very difficult because from a business point of view, you're going to have a lot of numbers that tell you who the next big things are, who the next big stars are. And you'll be able to see their Google searches going up. You'll be able to see the merch sales going up. But you don't really want to be putting belts on them and stuff like that until they reach like a certain level. I think the thing with Oba is, he's come in and has just, grabbed people, hasn't he? Oba's come in and has just immediately grabbed attention on a scale we've just not seen before. But it didn't feel like that for Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker feels like a project that we're having to work on. Same with the likes of Jacob. There's quite a few Gunther that we've had to build. We've had to build them. We've had to build their numbers and build up their aura. And Jacob is just so rare. So I suppose the point I'm making is that for WWE, they are going to put people in that position when they think they're ready for that position. And it's not really about like your in-ring work so much, right? And your promos, although that is part of it. But it's more the numbers. Are the numbers there to suggest that you are the talk of the town, that you are a star, that people see you as a needle mover? Because don't forget, like, your champ is the person that's going to be on the face of the posters. Your champ is going to be the person that's going to be doing like main eventing of house shows. Are people going to buy a ticket to see Bron Breakker? Is Bron Breakker a ticket seller? Oba probably is. Cody Rhodes definitely is. But I don't know. Is Gunther? Is Bron Breakker? Like, are those people going to be shifting merch? And I know it's different for heels, right? I'm just using it as an example. But that's the kind of logic that WWE operate with. Is like fans that watch at home just want people to kind of get to the titles quite quickly. I'm bored of this person. I want someone new now. But for WWE, it's obviously much different. Like for them, they're looking at numbers and business and global numbers as well. And they are trying to find who, if I put the belt on this person, am I going to sell more tickets for Backlash? If I put the belt on this person, am I going to sell more tickets for King and Queen of the Ring? Am I going to sell more house show tickets? Am I going to sell more merch? Blah, 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 blah. So on, so on, so on. So this is why, like, I think fans get frustrated with the fact that WWE stick with established names for as long as what they do. But the truth is, those established names have managed to get over. And so because they've got over, because they've got those numbers and they generate that money, that's the spot that they're in, Cody, Punk, Roman, Seth, Randy, they generate the numbers that say they are main event talent. And so they stay in the main event. If someone wants to take that spot, you don't just necessarily give it to them. Like, they've got to take it. And the way they do that is by delivering the numbers that are required. So, someone like Oba is showing you how that can be done. But he's very special. I mean, Oba, to do it as quick as what he's doing is very, very special. So, yeah, it's I get the fans' frustration with it, but equally, put yourself in WWE shoes. You can understand why decisions get made the way that they do, because they are thinking about, on a poster, who's going to sell me tickets to the show? Who's going to sell the most merch? Who's going to sell tickets? Who's going to drive people coming out to house shows? And who can I send off to do media and so on, so on? Because, I mean, you can still build stars in the mid-cards. And you can, it's not like you have to put them in the main events and title matches to build them, because, well, that's just not true. I mean, the way that you build stars is, kind of what we're doing with Carmelo, kind of like what we're doing with LA Knight. Look at Oba Femi. Oba Femi is not going after a title or, kind of being in main events, but like, he's the talk of the town. And so you build up the stars, they get the numbers, and then they get into the main events. Daze, would we like to see Blake Monroe going after a United States Championship? I don't mind. I don't mind. I think that it would make sense for her to come in and kind of be in that mid card, of course. I certainly think it makes more sense for her to do that than to go after the top title. Let's take this down. Did I see some super chat? I did. Liverpool, shout out to you. Liverpool Chats TV. I subscribed, but where was this? Here we go. Fatu not winning, but he could stand tall at the end of the show. As the Usos will turn heel and join Fatu, said Liverpool Chats. That's interesting. So, that for me is the appeal of that story. So, when it comes to Jacob, and it comes to, the fact that it feels a little bit rushed, I got a few questions around why are we doing what we're doing at the moment. I'm in agreement with you. I think the intrigue for that story is not about Jacob winning the belt, because I don't see it happening. I think the intrigue for that story is what happens after. Does Jacob join the bloodline and then become a member of Roman's bloodline? Or is it that the Usos sort of get dragged over and joined up with Jacob and sort of took away from Roman? Is it that we're going to see another incarnation of the bloodline, only this time it's going to be Jacob as the kind of leader of it, right? It's an interesting thought, that. It's an interesting thought. I think that will be very interesting once we get past the match. I totally expect Roman to win. I would imagine he'll be a heavy favourite. I've not seen the odds on it, but I'd imagine he'll be a heavy favourite. And then it's going to be a case of what happens afterwards. And that is definitely an option. It's definitely an option. I don't know if they go that way, because I think there are a few other options on the table, but that is definitely an option. And I think if we did that as well, it would be a very, very interesting summer. I wonder if that just puts Roman, Jacob into a bit of a summer program. And then, of course, you have to ask who would help Roman. I mean, who could Roman even turn to kind of battle with the Usos and Jacob? And so, you could easily see a way of that being a big summer program as Roman needs to find some help, some support. There have been people saying, I think Zilla's coming in. I'm not convinced by that. I don't think it would be Zilla. But if they did join up with Jacob, I would imagine they would probably stick in a feud with Roman, because it would be a bit strange for that to happen and then for them to go off away from him, out of his orbit. So, that'd be interesting, see how that would play. For me, that is where the interest is. Once the match is done, where do we go after that? So, Liverpool Chats, thank you, my friends. Jono said, is this SmackDown going to be any good? Well, I think it'll be better than the SmackDowns we were having before WrestleMania. And the reason why I say that is because I think Fatal Influence have been a good addition. I enjoyed them last week. And actually, Jacy, Jayne versus Charlotte is genuinely a match I would like to see. So that is something I will get from it. I'm very interested to see what Cody's going to say at the start as well. Is Randy going to interrupt? Is someone else going to interrupt? So I'm very interested in that. So we've got that as well. And then, of course, we've got the debut of Ricky Saints, someone we've been watching in NXT. I think that'll be a very interesting segment, see how that plays out as well. So it's very hard to say, yes, this is going to be an amazing episode of SmackDown, because there's not been many amazing episodes of SmackDown in 2026. 2026 has been a bit of a struggle. But I would say last week was one of the best received SmackDowns that we've probably had so far this year. Obviously, there was a bit of a refresh with new additions, Fatal Influence in particular. And I'm looking forward to seeing how we follow up on that. So I think I am anticipating this being 6.5, 6.75, probably nothing major going down. Probably not anticipating anything massive or major that's going to really deliver like a big score. But I'm probably expecting it to be a pretty solid show. I'm probably expecting there to be some segments that do land for me and some segments that underwhelm, and probably shakes out about that kind of ballpark. So I'm not anticipating 2 or 3 out of 10. I think hopefully those days are gone. Hopefully that was when we were going through the Pat nonsense. But hopefully where we are now is we're going to have a show that's going to be more in the 6s, hopefully the 7s, but I don't really have that as an expectation. So yeah, I'd say keep your expectations in check. It's probably better to have them a bit lower than sky high. Sean, hello, birds. Hope you're doing well. Daze, who do we think wins between Gunther Roman in the future? I'm not a big Gunther fan, but I think he should win the championship instead of the World Heavyweight Championship again. I think we could be looking at Gunther winning. I agree with you. He needs that WWE Championship, but I think, the cards just kind of fall where they fall, really. I mean, if he wins that World Heavyweight Championship, he becomes, a 3-time World Heavyweight Champion. I mean, it just adds to that number. He becomes one of the world champions again. And I do think that Roman is here for the summer. In fact, we found out today he's going to be appearing at every Raw until the end of June. So he is around a lot. We've got a lot of Roman over the next few months, which is fantastic. I don't expect to see much of him post SummerSlam. I think once we're done with SummerSlam, that'll be the end of whatever this story arc is going to be. So this is why I think he was talking about Oba later in the year, because I think they know, right now they know what the plan is for SummerSlam. It'll be penciled, and obviously plans change. But at the start of the year, they'll have a rough idea for Mania. It'll be penciled, and of course plans change. But right now, they'll have it penciled for SummerSlam. And so he'll have an idea as to what his summer is going to look like, right? And again, plans change. We know plans change. They really do change. But we know the fact that Jelly Roll Cody against Pat and Randy was one of the matches for Backlash that is now not happening. So plans change, right? And injuries, I mean, obviously that massively factors into things as well. So, yeah, we're in a situation where I think Oba is going to be later in the year for Roman. I think Gunther is going to feature before SummerSlam. I could see it being Gunther Roman. I mean, again, plans change. It could be that the fans demand that it's Oba and there's just no way WWE can ignore the fan base. It could be that Brock comes back, right? I don't know that he's coming back. I've actually read today some people believe that he might have retired at WrestleMania because the Janelle Grant case is going to be going on in June and July. And so they don't know what's going to come out of that that's going to be Brock connected. So it's better for Brock to have retired so that whatever comes out just comes out and doesn't, hurt the company. It's better for that to have happened. And then if it's all okay, if we get through the Janelle Grant case in June, July, and it's okay, maybe potentially he comes back for that one last match at SummerSlam. That is not what is happening. That is just a theory that, I don't know where it came from. It was one of the sources, apparently. But it was something I read earlier today. I don't know how true any of that stuff is. There's a lot of people questioning if Brock really is retired. Even in WWE, there's people questioning it. So there's even people in WWE just like, I just don't know. I don't know if he is or if he isn't. And obviously that's difficult for us because if he isn't, then surely we get Gunther Brock at SummerSlam. If he is, well, then you got to find something else for Gunther to do. And the big rumor is that it's Gunther Roman over the summer. So I would imagine that he'd end up being in a match with Roman. I think with Gunther retiring Cena, retiring AJ Styles, beating Seth Rollins, doesn't really make sense to give him a title shot and then have him lose. So for me, Gunther would win a match with Roman for the title. Gunther would win. I think if you're not going to pull the trigger now, I'd really question when are you going to pull the trigger. If you're not going to do it now, after everything he's done, I mean, John Cena could not have given more to Gunther if he tried. John Cena could not have done more. And So you've got to capitalize on that. It's a little bit like when Brock ended the streak. John was facing Brock at SummerSlam. And he said to him, look, you got to destroy me. John said, you've got to destroy me. You got to batter me. We have got to capitalize on the fact you are the person that ended the streak. And so that's exactly what happened. Brock destroyed John. And it was a bit like a squash match. He just kept taking him to Suplex City. And so we've got to do the same here, really. We've got to capitalize on what Gunther's done. Gunther has retired John Cena. And he's also retired AJ Styles. And he nearly missed out on WrestleMania, but we found a spot for him. And so here we are now. We've got to capitalize. So if he faces Roman, I understand the argument, he should get the WWE belt instead of the World Heavyweight belt. Sometimes the chips don't quite fall that way. And so it could just be, listen, beating Roman. That's huge. If you can take a belt from Roman Reigns, that is huge. It doesn't massively matter if it's the WWE Championship or the World Heavyweight Championship. Right. Daze, who would we expect to answer Ober's open challenges, said Connor. I think that there'll just be a lot of talent that will come down. At first, it might be like an Otis. I could imagine them sending some people out that you wouldn't want to call them jobbers, but, it's a way of... someone like Otis would be interesting because of his size. I don't think anyone's going to look at Otis as being someone that's going to beat Ober, but, I think that you do like an Otis-type character as it's like, okay, this is interesting. Ober should get the win here, but it might be a bit tricky. And so we watch it. Maybe Otis gets a few moments, but ultimately the big man could pick him up. Do you know what I mean? Drive him down. Great looking spot. If he manages to pick up and chuck Otis around, that's going to be a hell of a visual. Do you know what I mean? That's going to be something that you could see trending online, like being shared around, going viral. So I think WWE would be very tempted to do something along those lines. I think Sheamus as well. I thought Sheamus would be a good feud for Ober, but it would have to be like a heel Sheamus. But the reason why I thought that would be a good feud is because you can beat up Sheamus and he just keeps getting back up. Like, he loves a fight, and he'd have a hell of a fight on his hands against Ober. So you've got someone here that just won't stay down. You're gonna have to take all the fight out of Sheamus to put him away. That's a great challenge for Ober, this experienced Irishman that just keeps getting back up. And he's going to give as good as he gets. I think you could have a really fun feud, and ultimately Sheamus is beatable. Ober beats Sheamus. I think what we're looking for is people for Ober to beat that are credible. There's no point putting in a James Ellsworth, right? You could do it 1 week as a joke, but you want like an Otis, you want like a Sheamus, you want like people that have got something about them that's going to be a test, but equally they're people that Ober can beat. Like a Rusev. You put a Rusev in there, he's going to be a challenge, right? But he can beat him. And so you want those kinds of names. Ultimately, you might come across someone that's proven difficult, and then that might lead to a feud. I've said as well, I don't know if there's like a famous football player that could do it. I think 1 week you could bring a football player down, someone that, is maybe a big name for a rival team. And of course, it would need to be someone maybe that's just retired, so that if they do get injured, you're not messing up their next season or whatever. But some big football player that's just retired, that's got a good size to them, like a Travis Kelce. I don't know if he's retired. I think he said he had. So he might have come back now. But could you imagine a Travis Kelce making his way down? He's got a good size to him. He's obviously very famous. He could make his way down. You'd want someone that was a heel. I don't know if he's seen as being a heel, but if he played for a rival team to wherever we were, that would be good, So, if someone played for the LA Clippers, right? I know this is basketball. But if someone played for the LA Clippers and you was in a very pro Lakers crowd, you know, they would come out to loud boos, wouldn't they? Because they're rivals. So that's obviously the basketball equivalent. I can't really give you the football equivalent because my football knowledge is not very good when it comes to American football. But you get my point. Someone big, just retired, getting heats, maybe could come out in their jersey of the rival team, you know, that then gets boos. They come out arms outstretched, good size to them, get in there. You know, you could imagine Oba chucking that person around. That would do well on Sports Center. That would play well to the live crowds. It would go viral. It'd be great for Oba. It's a one-off week. Do you know what I mean? I'm not a big fan of like sports people stepping into the ring, but if it comes to like an open challenge on Raw and it's just a one-off week and they're gonna be made to look a bit stupid and it's putting the wrestler over, this is the most palatable way of using like a celebrity or sports star. This is like one of the best ways to use them. I suppose the thing that bugs me the most is when they want to be at a PLE and they want to look good and they want to go over the wrestlers and they're hitting all these great moves. Do you know what I mean? Like, apparently anyone can do a Canadian destroyer, right? Apparently anyone can do a Spanish fly. Apparently moonsaults, my gran could do one of those. This person's only been training 2 months and they're flipping all over the place. So that's what bugs me. But like, if you have like this douche come down, this douchebag that's wearing the rival team's jersey, gets in the ring and the crowd are booing him out the building and he gets smashed by Oba, I could see that doing very well online. And that could be a fun one, couldn't it, for an open challenge rather than it just being wrestler, 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 wrestler. So yeah, a few names there for you anyway. Those are the kind of things I'd be thinking. AKF said, Daze, after this reign ends, I would move Cody away from the main event scene for a few months. Give him the US title. That would bring prestige to the title, and it would also make Cody a Grand Slam champion. Well, the only thing I would say is I disagree that moving Cody out of the title picture for a bit will change anything. The people that don't like Cody will still not like Cody, right? This idea that you move him out the title picture and the people that don't like Cody will just come round to him, like that, it doesn't work that way. You've got to change the character. You've got to evolve the character. If they're tired of him, they will sort of remain tired of him. We've got examples in the past where that's happened. So you can absolutely move him out the title picture and put him in the US Championship, but I'm not going to accept anyone telling me that needs to happen because people are tired of him and that's how it will fix it, because that is not how it will fix it. It won't fix it that way. We've seen it before where people get moved out of that main event scene, put down to the mid cards, and the reactions just don't change. So you've got to evolve the character. But I agree with you. Like, you could still do it, but as long as we know we're doing it because Cody wants the US title, he wants to be a Grand Slam champion, we've got a story we just want to tell instead. Cody will ultimately go back up to that main event scene once his run with the US belt is done. But yeah, that's not going to be a fix for people getting tired of him. But I wouldn't be against that, AKF. I wouldn't be against that happening because, as you said, you might have some other people that you want to tell a story with around the top end of the card, and you can then put Cody and the American Nightmare having the United States Championship. It's quite a nice little vibe, isn't it? So, yeah, you could absolutely do that at some point. There is a story you can tell, says James. Yeah. I like the American Nightmare having the US belt. I agree. Netforce said, would they do Oba Roman at SummerSlam, or would it depend on what happens over the next few months? I think it would depend on what happens over the next few months. I also think it depends on the stories they've got planned. As I said, I think right now, I genuinely believe, I've not heard this, but I genuinely believe there is a SummerSlam card penciled, right? Here we are in early May. SummerSlam is early August. We're talking about what, May, June, July. It's like the 1st and 2nd of August or something. It's like super early. So you've got May, June, July. You've got 3 months. Okay. So we know that, WrestleMania was what, mid-April. So we know that there was plans for WrestleMania in January. There was plans for WrestleMania in December, right? They kept changing, of course. But 3 months out from WrestleMania, there was definitely a card, right? Might not have been the final cards, might not have been in pen, but there was definitely a card. And so I don't see any reason why you would not have a penciled-in card 3 months out from SummerSlam. I do not believe Roman Ober is currently written down. The reason why I say that is because 2 things. First of all, there's big rumors of Gunther Roman that have been doing the rounds. I don't think that we get past Jacob, then go into a Gunther thing, and then move on to someone else for Roman, right? And then we move on to Ober. I think that's a lot to try and fit in within these next 3 months, right? To do Jacob, then go on to Gunther, and then move on to Ober, all before we get to SummerSlam. So that's a doubt that I've got. The other doubt that I've got as well is because on the post-show after WrestleMania, Roman said, you had a big night, Ober, but you only did something I've already done. Let's see how you do over the summer. I might check back in with you at the end of the year. And it kind of feels like that's WWE's way of just telling the fans, Ober's on Roman's radar, but there's no plan over the summer to do the match. They will collide, but not yet. And it's kind of like WWE telling the fans, because the fans were chanting it. Roman had to come back with something, and that's what he said. Now, he will know what the plan is over the summer, what the pencil plan is. I think it's Gunther. I mean, I do believe the latest rumor. So I'm struggling to believe that it's Ober Roman at SummerSlam, but nothing is impossible. And so I think you are correct when you say, could it change? And is it going to depend? And I think that is largely always the answer, yes. I think that if the fans absolutely demand it, and, Roman's in the ring and there's loud Ober chants, and it's just absolutely undeniable what the fans want. And if ticket sales have been a bit slow and you're looking at the card and you're like, this is the match, this is what they want. Like, it's only going to take someone to go, let's do it. This is what they want. Let's just, that's maybe not the direction we were going to go, but this is the direction we have to go. We just cannot ignore this noise. Then I think you could end up with it. Yeah. So in no way do I think it's impossible. I think it is possible. I think it will depend on how the summer plays out. I think as of right now, it's probably Gunther Roman that's penciled as of right now. Another factor is what goes on with Brock. And I don't even know if WWE quite know what's happening there. And obviously, if he comes back, that changes things as well. So there are these factors that I think are at play that we're going to have to wait and see on. But my belief is, and it's nothing more than that, it's just a theory for the reasons that I've given. My theory is that Ober Roman is not the plan right now. And a lot will depend on how this plays out. And as we said, the Brock thing in particular, I think could be very important. See how that goes. I don't think it would fix Cody, but I do think him being US champion and getting beaten by a young up-and-comer would be a good way to develop the character. Maybe finally break him, said AKF. Well, I like it, AKF. I'm with you. I am with you. I think that I think Cody having a mid-card run, and certainly it makes sense being the American Nightmare, having that United States Championship, right? I'm really not against that. We've seen Roman having intercontinental title runs well into his career, right? So, I mean, obviously we've seen Seth go down with that Intercontinental Championship. We saw Kevin Owens with the United States Championship. Like, we've seen people that have been around the main event scene dip down. I mean, look at Becky right now. She's the Intercontinental champ. So, you know, we see these people doing that. We saw Rhea obviously go into the women's tag division with Io. So, I mean, yeah, you do see these people being moved out the way to try and tell some other stories, and, you know, kind of focus on a few other stars and try and find something else for them to do. So I'm really not against that at all. I just wanted to make the point that I really genuinely don't believe that would fix the kind of Cody problem, if you will, by just moving him out of the title picture for a bit. It's a little bit like they put Pat with Randy, and you would think that that would make Cody the more attractive option. And you would think that that would generate some extra support for Cody and some extra heat for Randy. And it may have done that to a very, very tiny degree. But we still heard Cody getting boos at WrestleMania. And so it was quite evident that that did not kind of fix the Cody problem. And so I think by putting him in the mid-card, that would also not fix the Cody problem. But we're on the same page with that. But yeah, that would give him something to do, wouldn't it? Whilst, like, we focus on some other people, that would give him something to do. And I think the American Nightmare having the United States Championship, I kind of like it. I think that could be interesting. So, and listen, I have to say this as well, because I think some people, from some of the messages I get, think that I'm really against a Cody heel turn, and I'm actually not. I'm not against a Cody heel turn. I was just saying, I don't feel like it's the only option that's on the table. And one of my frustrations is that I just don't think we've explored much with Cody. I don't think we've done a great deal. It's a bit like the Wyatt Six. We just haven't changed anything. Like, the character is still the same. This is still the same person that arrived at WrestleMania 38. This is the same guy, same gimmick. Everything's the same entrance attire, same attitude. What do you want to talk about? It's everything's the same. So it's just a bit frustrating that, like, you're seeing this growing negativity to him, but nothing changes. Like, and of course we're going to just keep getting the same results. So yes, a heel turn is an option, but I suppose my point is that it's not the only option. There is the alternative, which is let's try something, let's change something, let's mix it up a little bit. Let's change the presentation a little bit. But they are obviously very reluctant to do that. They've been reluctant to do that. They don't want to touch anything with him, seemingly. And so we are where we are. So we'll have to see what the future holds. There's been no word on any change coming for Cody. I don't even quite know where we are with him right now, actually, because I think there is a bit of sympathy for the what he just went through with the whole Pat stuff. I think people can recognize that, because I've seen a lot more people saying, I can't believe there's been another year where Cody's WrestleMania story has been hijacked. Because obviously last year they had Travis Scott getting involved when he came down to the ring. So we had a celebrity involved in Cody's story last year. Year before that, of course, The Rock tried to completely take the whole thing away. The Rock came in and he tried to take that away from Cody, but the fans stood up for Cody on that occasion. We want Cody, and he ended up finishing his story, right? So that was fantastic that the fans did that. Obviously, last year, people were down on the main event because of, the match was not very good anyway. I think Cena still had ring rust. And then, of course, you just brought down Travis Scott. You would have thought they would have learnt their lesson from last year, but they didn't, because they ran it again this year. Only this time, instead of Pat coming down during the match, although he did do that as well, obviously they had him heavily involved in the builds, and he was interrupting at the start. And then they did still have him come down during the flipping match in a neck brace, trying to pretend to be a certified referee. Apparently the rules are, if you wear a striped shirt, you're a ref. That's it. Apparently that's all you need. You don't need any sort of training or license. I mean, if he'd have counted that 3, like, would it have even have been official? I don't even know the answer to that. I don't know. I mean, could you imagine if that's how the match had ended? Could you flipping imagine if Pat had come running down, counted the 3, and yeah, that's it, title change. Apparently Pat's got this power that we just didn't even know about, that he can be an official. So, God, that's mental, isn't it? That's absolutely mental. It's like going along to a football game, and for some reason you've wore like a black like shirt, and like the linesman goes down, and you're like, "Don't worry, I've got this." You jump over, grab the flag, and off we go. You know, offsides. You know, you're not a linesman. Yeah, no, but I've got the shirt, so, and I've picked his flag up, so I think it's fine. I think it's, and I've got the whistle. I've grabbed his whistle as well. So no, as far as I'm concerned, let's go. So yeah, I have seen a bit of online people go, and I do feel sorry for him that he's had his story hijacked at WrestleMania for the past 3 years. But we don't need another Cody conversation. We often find our way onto it. It is understandable. He is one of their biggest stars. Obviously, he's got a big problem with his eye being flipping caved in. But we'll have to see once he gets back. I don't know what his segment's going to be like tonight. I don't know what we're setting up or where we're going, because we know where we were meant to be going, and we know that those plans changed. King Gamer said, do we think fans should care if WWE starts using AI for storyline? It's intriguing. Does it really matter who writes the show, said King Gamer. Well, look, my viewpoint on the AI thing, and I said this the other day, I think AI is unstoppable, right? I think that there's no way of stopping it. I mean, it's coming and it's improving, and the results are only going to get better and better as time goes by. And so, we're already seeing it taking jobs. I understand there being a reluctance to it and a backlash to it, because I think there's a few reasons as to why there would be a reluctance and a backlash. First of all, no one wants to see their job be lost to AI. I mean, if you worked in an industry where AI was coming in and taking your job, you would be pushing against it, right? I mean, it'll take my job eventually. You know, you'll just have some AI kind of man sat here that will be able to just immediately scour the internet for answers and just give you, you know, every rumor, every news piece that's out there, blah 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 blah. I mean, it will take down all our jobs. I mean, again, I keep referring to this. There was an interview with Elon Musk a little while ago where he got asked if you could give advice to your kids about what should they be doing now for the future, what should they be training in the future with AI coming. He sat there and it was this awkward silence for absolutely ages. He sat there, he was like, that's a good question, that is. And he was really thinking about, like, what can I say? And he ended up saying, I think I'd tell them to get a trade. The advice he would give his kids is become a builder, become a plumber, become an electrician. AI is not going to take those jobs first. But, like, if you're an artist, if you're a screenwriter or anything that involves writing, anything that involves creating music or film or anything like that, like, I mean, it's already taken jobs. So I think the pushback on AI is very understandable, right? From that perspective. But my view on that is that I get it, but I just don't think we're going to stop it. I mean, we can keep pushing back on it, but it's just going to win. Because the results are just going to be better than I think what humans can generate eventually. It's a bit like chess. You know, like, we tried to beat the chess computers, and, you know, there was the whole big thing about I can't remember the names, like Blue Yonder, was it, or something, against Kasparovich. And there was this whole kind of game, and it was like man versus machine, and it was like who's going to win and all this. We're like many, many years removed, decades from that now. The current, like, one of the current top players was on Joe Rogan, and he was like, Joe Rogan was like, do you ever play against the highest setting on your phone? And this top player, Magnus Carlsen, was like, no, I'd get destroyed. That's where we are now. One of the best chess players of all time, Magnus Carlsen. He was on Joe Rogan. He was like, I don't even play the hardest setting on my phone because it would batter me. It won. The chess game won. It was always going to win because it was always going to improve. It can plan thousands of stages, if not millions ahead. You move that, it knows like a million different things to do and like what the outcome would likely be, and it just keeps running all this data and it just knows. So I think the pushback on AI is understandable, but I also think it's unstoppable. The other thing as well is that there's a lot of rubbish that AI generates. There's an AI fatigue because people are seeing all this stuff and it's like, it's rubbish. I mean, AI is only going to generate stuff as well as people use it. And to be honest, if you just ask it for some rubbish, it's going to give you rubbish. If you can be more specific and actually use it in a very creative way, then I think you can get good results. An example I would give is the Fatal Influence song. So the Fatal Influence song I actually really love. I think it's a brilliant theme tune. I really like it. But the way that was created was it was a woman's voice in a sample pack that Def Rebel tweaked what she was saying and tweaked the samples to make it into the song it is now. So that to me is a human working with AI to get a result that they want, to get something better than they could create. And I think they came out with something really good. So I like that, right? And I think that when it comes to AI, personally, I would not say go into AI. Imagine you're Triple H and you go, give me a script for Raw, and it spits out a script for Raw. That's going to suck, right? It's going to be no good whatsoever. You could put more detail in. Give me a script for Raw. I want Cody against Randy, something like this. I want this person. Put it into. You can be more specific. It's still going to suck, right? Because it's going to spit out stuff that's just nonsense. I think the way you use AI is you go, okay, I'm looking for something that we've not done in WWE. I'm looking for something different. I've already done this. I'm looking to elevate the feuds. Can you give me 5 examples as to what we can do next in this feuds? And that way it's more specific. Like, you're not asking it to write the whole show. You're not even asking it to write like the promo, the whole promo. But you are asking it for inspiration. You're asking it for guidance. You're asking it to just give you some ideas so that you can go, that's interesting. That's interesting. So, they both take their kids to school. They bump into each other in the playgrounds. Okay. Maybe then they could start fighting. The kids start chanting away or something. And you're like, maybe there's something to that, I wouldn't have thought about that if I hadn't put this in. And so then you can start exploring it. I think as a tool that can support and inspire, I think that's how you use AI at the moment. And I think that you can get some good results out of it. In regards to create this whole vignette, create this whole song, create this whole script, that to me is we're not there yet. We're not at the point where you can do that and you're going to get a good enough result. And you'll never get over the frustration people have about it taking jobs. So I think if you use it as a tool for inspiration, it's not really taking any jobs away. It's more supporting those people that have a job, So it's more just giving, help to those that are in the creative team already, pointing them in a better direction than maybe the one they were going to go, giving them some inspiration they couldn't find themselves. That's how I would use it. So, yeah, I'm really not against it because I just see it as a tool. It would be like, being against a video editor. You know, rather than just I'm going to record everything in one go, which sometimes I do for Unseen. It's quite nice to have a video editor so that if there's a bit of waffle that I want to cut out, I can do that, you know? Or if I've sneezed or something, I can cut that out, you know? It's a tool. I think AI works better that way. So I don't know how they're using it, but to me, there's obviously different degrees of how you could use it. You could just be full on, or you can just have it as an inspiration. Bishop said, Daze, hear me out. If we do a legend killer gimmick like Ober, like we did with Randy, I think you could. We've kind of got some a bit like that with Gunther, haven't we? I mean, we've got a career killer who's retiring people, and so I suppose to then have a legend killer that's kind of taking out legends feels a little close right now to maybe what Gunther's done. I mean, Gunther's bragging about being the ultimate legend killer. I mean, he's killing their careers, isn't he? He got rid of Goldberg, he got rid of Cena, he got rid of AJ Styles. There's rumors that he was going to be getting rid of Brock. Some people thought he might be getting rid of Ray at WrestleMania. So I think we might have something like that already with Gunther. I think if you was to have someone going after legends but just not retiring them, it might diminish a little bit in comparison to kind of what Gunther's doing. So, don't know, not the direction I would go personally. I think like with Ober, it doesn't really matter who the people are. Just, you know, you just want to give him momentum, make him look like a badass. It's all right for him to not have everything his own way. It's all right for him to be in a war against a Sheamus, which I would be fine with, but I wouldn't be having him lose. But, do you know what I mean? I'm all right with... Imagine that moment when Ober gets busted open. Imagine that moment when, like, Sheamus wallops him and is, like, looking at blood. That'd be a badass moment. Right? And you could do that in a Sheamus feuds. Oh my God, he's just busted Ober's bleeding from the nose. No way, man. What happens now, you know? I mean, Ober's a monster anyway, but what happens when you really make him angry, when he starts tasting his own blood? That could be good. That could be fun. So, yeah, I think, like, for me, just I wouldn't really limit him with putting like a label like that. He's already got like the Ruler, you know, as his sort of nickname. Your ruler has arrived. He didn't say much, did he, after WrestleMania? But what he did say was pretty impactful. And yeah, just enjoy the ride. Let's see where we go. The Open challenges should be fun. They, I believe, start on Monday. Car said, Daze, I noticed that WWE hasn't put Axiom and Nathan in a lot of matches. Do we think that we should use them in AAA, like against the Psycho Circus? Yeah, I love that team. I'm not sure what's happening there. I don't know if it's just that the tag division is a bit flat, lost, broken, in need of love, that they just find themselves twiddling their thumbs. But we've got two great talents in Axiom and Nathan Frazier. I would worry a bit for Axiom if that team ever broke up. We've got a lot of masked wrestlers, and I would worry a little bit for Axiom that, you know, does he just become another Dragon Lee? Does he just become another Rey Fenix? Does he just become, you know, like a Penta? We've got quite a few masked performers in at the moment. So I would worry a little bit for him if that team broke, but I would love, and I said this the other day, do a draft, put all the women's tag teams onto SmackDown, put all the men's tag teams onto Raw, and just, I think you can get one plate spinning. They seem to be able to book one men's tag division at any one time, right? Sometimes it's SmackDown and then the Raw one is rubbish. Sometimes it's Raw and then the SmackDown one is rubbish. They don't seem to be able to book two men's tag divisions well at the same time. So just put all the teams onto one, right? Put all the teams onto one. You got your New Day, your Viking Raiders, your Fraxium. Obviously, we just let go the likes of Motor City and Wyatt Six. Don't know what the future looks like for the MFTs, but just, get all your men's tag teams in one, and get all your women's teams on the other, and just have keep the plate spinning. I mean, we saw how great it was in 2025 when we really invested in that SmackDown tag division with the Street Profits, Motor City, Fraxium, DIY. We had a banger of a TLC, and, there's some really good matches that were just happening on weekly TV. And I would look at something along those lines. I mean, you can still... I don't think we need two men's divisions, okay, for tags. So you could try and just do it across both shows if you want, like you do the women. That's fine as well. I suppose my concern with that is it might just feel a bit spread out, and it might just feel a little bit inconsequential. I think if you actually had the division on one show, on one brand, then it should feel a bit meatier, It should feel a little bit more satisfying, rather than we're just going to do a tag match, You could do a few tag matches on SmackDown or on Raw. Obviously, that's going to be a bit more challenging when SmackDown goes back down to 2 hours, but it's not going to be worse than where we are right now. Where we are right now is we're trying to have two men's tag divisions, and we're trying to do it even when SmackDown goes to 2 hours. So no one can really convince me that it's not going to be better to just have to book one men's tag division than trying to book two, because I just don't think they can do it. So, yeah, it would be great to see more of Fraxium. I think they're a fantastic team. And if they have to use them in AAA or, send them back to NXT for a little bit just to, add some support to that tag division, that's better than them just sat in catering. But to be honest, I just don't think they quite knew what to do with that tag division. It just seemed to not be on the agenda when it was the MFT's Wyatt Six. Because they had the tag belts, didn't they, for a while? And then, of course, we had Damian and R-Truth come in and kind of get the belts. I still don't think they know what to do with that tag division. So it's in a bad way at the moment, yeah. Big Time said Nielsen last week adjusted the cable numbers. SmackDown, AEW, and TNA have crashed and burned. SmackDown was 1.4, 1.5, 1.2, last week 1.2. AEW in the 700s now, but this week 596. TNA 175 down from 256. So what, Nielsen have changed the numbers again, you say? And so wrestling is now just all crashed again. Flipping hell. What a mess. What a mess. This is why I'm so glad I don't really spend loads of time on ratings, because, and I only occasionally include them in Unseen, because what a mess. To keep changing the way that the numbers get worked out. I mean, it doesn't help anyone, does it? It doesn't help anyone. Because now you've got no idea if you're doing well or not, because the system's changed again for the third time. That's annoying. Alex said, Daze, I never watched NXT. What do we think about Jacy? I'm a big fan. How is she in the ring and on the mic? She's excellent on the mic, and you saw that last week. For her to make her debut on SmackDown, get in the ring, go standing opposite Rhea, and cut a few words, and then have the crowd boo her out the building, right? Loud boos. I mean, that was fantastic, because she showed that she is comfortable, right? Because think about it. You arrive on your first day at SmackDown, and they tell you, this is what we want you to say, okay? This is what we want you to say to Rhea. You head to the ring, loads of people, thousands of people, and your job is to get into the ring and deliver this promo, okay? And you're remembering what you got to say. And so you get into the ring, Rhea's in front of you, okay? I'm sure you've had a chat with the backstage. That's probably not a problem, okay? Her being there might even be a support. But you're in the ring and you know you've got to deliver these lines. You start talking and the crowd start booing you out the building, okay? Your problem in that moment is you got a choice. Are you just going to keep going with the promo and sort of ignore the crowds? Or are you going to interact with the crowds? If you do that, you need to know what you're going to say because you need to know how they're going to react. And the other thing as well is you need to figure out, if I do that and the reaction's a big reaction, that's going to delay the promo more. And I know I'm against the clock. This segment, it's meant to go a minute or 2 minutes. If I'm going to do a little back and forth with the crowd, that's taking time away. And actually, you know, her in that moment on her first night, I don't even know if she's having to do these kind of calculations, but there's a lot more going on than what it looked like. There's a lot more going on than her just getting in and just talking, you know. She's having to sort of factor in the time. She's having to factor in, can I get through this? She's having to factor in, when do I talk over the, when does it become so loud it's a problem? If I do engage with them, can I shut it down? If it doesn't shut them down, what am I going to do? So, you know, she plays it out, tries to find a way forwards, but it's a very organic situation. It's a situation that there's not really a guide. You've just got to sort of work your own way through it, you know? And she was excellent because, you know, she was like saying to them, I'm in no rush. I'm here all night. She was looking at her watch. That got them booing even more, right? Then she would go back to her promo with Rhea. Crowds would be booing still, and then it would get loud again. She'd have to interact with them again. But she was having to juggle the crowds, delivering the promo, getting the message across. She was having to juggle all of these different things. She never got flustered. She looked totally comfortable. She looked totally in control. And that was her first night. So promo-wise, she's good. She's really good. The only thing I would say is I don't think she's quite Becky's level where she's going to be able to come out and throw, like, you know, these great sort of quotable lines out there. She can throw some little disses, right? She's definitely got things that she can say to people. But I don't think that I would put her quite on a Becky level at the moment. But she could absolutely become a Becky level. I think she's very comfortable. She's in control. She doesn't seem to get flustered. She doesn't seem to lose her way. She's very clear with her delivery. Obviously, a lot of the key points they wanted to make are sorted backstage with the writers at this stage. Ultimately, as she grows more confident and gains more experience, they might give her the leeway to actually come up with her own promos. I don't think we're at that point now, but mic-wise, yeah, no problems. I'm sin enough to know that she is very comfortable. In-ring, very, very good, very tidy. I actually think she's a really, really good wrestler in the sense of she's got a decent moveset. She works at a nice pace. She's got good selling. She's someone that can kind of speed a match up, slow it down. She's got good selling. She can build it up to a nice big finish. The actual art of wrestling, I mean, the art of wrestling is very different for different people. You know, Javon Evans relies a lot on eye-catching moves. I would have criticisms of Javon where I would say, I don't know that we see great changes of pace. I don't know that we build up to like big finishes. I mean, with Javon, it's like eye-catching, amazing stuff kind of pretty much throughout the match, right? But it is great and it has an effect. But I do agree with Undertaker. You will get to the point, and we've probably seen this with the likes of Kalani and Sol Ruka. You will get to a point where it's diminishing returns. You know, an OG cutter is great and it's always going to get a pop. But like a lot of the other stuff that he does, it's just his moveset. And the more that you see it, the more that you get used to it, and the less of a reaction it's going to get. Really, the thing that, when it comes to wrestling, that always seems to work and seems to land is your pacing and the way that you can start off slow, build it up, you know, really look like you're throwing in shots with each other. I mean, if you've got some of those moves that just look like you're not really connecting and they just look like they're not really doing what they should be doing, that's where a match can suffer. So is your moveset, does it look effective? That final shot, does it look good? You know, if you're doing a European uppercut, are you following through with it? Like, you know, does it look like your punches are causing damage? Does it look like they're landing? Does it look like your moves are connecting and that they logically make sense? All of these things work together along with the selling and the pacing to really bring someone into a match. That to me is like the fabric. Whatever moves you do is largely irrelevant, right? But like the pacing and the selling and the structure, that's for me the key thing when it comes to wrestling. The way the match is sort of laid out. And of course you put like your spots in there. We'll do that there. We'll do that there. We'll do that there. This is going to be our finish. But, you know, the general structure of a match is the key thing. She has got that. She knows, like, I'm not going to say she's got the most impressive moveset. And I'm not going to say that, you know, her work's going to be like blowing your mind. But what I am going to say is that she can go out there and consistently deliver a 3-7-5 match. Because she knows how to deliver a match of that kind of quality. And if she's got the right dance partner, she can get into the 4-star range. So I'm a big fan of her work. I think that she understands the fabric of wrestling. She understands the change in a pace, when to execute the right moves, the right spots, to pick up the pace. Her selling is really good. All of those kind of things, I think she's really good at that, and I think she's very consistent as a result. I think her mic skills, she's very confident, comfortable. I like the Fatal Influence group. I think she can absolutely be a world champion. She's obviously can speak English, which is fantastic as well. We know that's been a barrier for a few others. So obviously she can speak the language, so there's no issues there. Fatal Influence as a group, I think is a really strong group. I'm a big fan. Yeah. I'm a big fan. But I think it's important to say, like, her moveset's not like Javon. You're not going to be blown away by the moves that she does. But it's more the way the matches are structured and the fact that she can, like, draw you in and you can really believe you're watching a contest. That's, I think, really evolved when she became champion. Because she sort of always had that ability, but she never really, I don't know, I don't think she really had the opportunity so much before. But when she beat Stephanie for the NXT Women's Championship, she started to get these more high-profile matches that were longer. And I think as a result of that, we started to see the quality of her work on a more consistent basis. And it was just, she's so good. Yeah, she's a really good call-up. She was always coming up, of course, but we just didn't know if it would be as a solo or if it would be part of Fatal Influence. She's already a bit of a veteran in a way, said Wrestling's Biggest Fan. Yeah, she knows how to structure a match. Yeah, she's kind of got a lot of experience of quite long championship matches, you know. So she's just very comfortable with her wrestling and her mic work. Yeah. Daze, do we think Jacy could win against Charlotte tonight? Probably only if there's outside interference. I mean, Charlotte is a mountaintop, isn't she? She's one of the, well, I think she is the highest decorated female wrestler WWE has ever had. So, you know, this is a massive test. She really shouldn't be beating Charlotte straight out of NXT unless it's like a Paige fluke type, oh my God, what is this, you know? I don't expect her to beat her. If she does, I think it's because Fatal Influence get involved. And they absolutely could. Because they've got the numbers, haven't they? I mean, on the outside for Charlotte will be Alexa, but on the outside for Jacy will be Lainey Reed and Fallon Henley. So I don't think that... I don't think if she wins, she'll be doing it alone. Okay. Normal question. Is it winter at your place? You always wear a cap and a jacket, said Vas Ukam. What? Vas, shout out to you, my friends. It was winter probably about 2 months ago, probably about 8 weeks ago. But yeah, it's the middle of the night here. So here in the UK right now, it is just coming up to 1 o'clock in the morning. So it's just not warm. So over winter, it was especially cold, actually, and I did start wearing a bit of like a jacket, a bit of a jumper thing. But and now I'm just so used to wearing it. I feel a bit lost without it now. So It is late, here. So, I mean, it's never that warm. I don't have the heating on or anything, so, yeah. The hat is not really anything. That's just laziness. I can't be bothered to get up and, like, put product in my hair, so I always just chuck a hat on. So I kind of like it as well, though, because I go back sometimes and I see clips from old videos, and it's not like my hair's not a distraction. It's not like, oh, I was having a bad hair day that day, or, oh, do you remember when I had that hairstyle, or anything like that? Like, it's just not a distraction, so I kind of like it as well. So that's not really a temperature thing, to be honest. The jacket is, though. I started wearing that over the winter, and I've just kind of become accustomed to it now. Maybe as we get closer to the summer, I might take it off. I might start losing it, but not yet. Okay, we have got 6 minutes. 6 minutes to go. Boom. Daze, you don't always have to stream from a rooftop. We don't mind if you go inside, said Glockness. Well, thank you, my friend. It probably is this big gap behind me that's just, you know what I mean? Whilst it's colds, it's probably just a bit of an issue. So I could go indoors, actually. I could go indoors. Perhaps that's something I need to look into. Glockness, thank you. Right, will we watch TNA if NXT talent goes there, says Bonk. I don't know, to be honest. It's never massively been on my radar, TNA. I have watched when there's been like major matches featuring NXT talent. Obviously, there's been matches featuring NXT talent that I've not watched, but so it's not. I don't know. It's a difficult one. It would need to be a big match that felt like, yeah, I need to watch that. I can't really say that I felt that way. I know that Ariana Grace has got the Knockouts Championship, but I don't know. I think she's a weird choice to be Knockouts Champion. I really don't get that. It doesn't feel to me like she's elevated the belt. It feels like she's actually brought the prestige down, mainly because she's not done anything in NXT. So I don't know quite how she's being presented. But I mean, I can name at least 5 or 6 women that I would put above her in regards to quality in NXT. You know, I mean, I'd put Kendall Gray above her. If Kendall Gray was the one carrying that belt, I might tune in. But Ariana Grace, they just didn't build her as a legitimate threat. And somehow she just ended up with the Knockouts Championship. And I really don't get it. I don't understand. I don't know why they've done that. So I can't say that I feel a need to tune into Ariana Grace matches. I got nothing against her. I thought she was really fun as a comedy character. Not as crazy about this new presentation for her, where she's not really doing the comedy stuff anymore. Not as crazy about it. But like, yeah, it's just, that's a bit weird. So I can't say that I feel a need to tune in for Ariana Grace. Can't really say I feel a need to tune in for whatever Birthright are doing over there. And genuinely, I don't know who else is over there. I don't know who else has been showing up. So, I don't know. I suppose it depends on the match. Certainly no closed doors. But it would need to be something that's like, do you know what I mean? Got a bit of excitement about it. Hard to know what that would be at the moment, though, because we're going through such a big change in NXT. That might have been part of the issue. They knew this big change was coming to NXT. So that might be why things just sort of settled down a little bit. Hopefully now that we've kind of brought some people in like Evil and Will Cruz, and we've called up Tristan Angels, Cam Hendricks has arrived, Tate Wilder has arrived. Now that Callie's come in, of course, she's been called up. So now that we've got some new faces, I wonder if we will get back to, you know, focusing on that partnership, because it has just sort of settled a little bit, hasn't it? Right. Ariana Grace at her best was doing comedy, said Brony. She feels irrelevant. Ever since she joined up with Stax and stopped the comedy, she won't make it on the main roster unless things change. I liked her doing the comedy, I agree. I thought that was a good use of her. I don't have anything against her, though. I mean, she seems fun. Nice. So I certainly wish her only anything but the best. Certainly not like rooting against her or anything, but yeah, realistically, it just feels a bit of a strange choice, really. Okay, we are about to get underway with SmackDown. Let's see what this show has got for us this week. Do we think there'll be a reveal tonight as to who Jacob was talking to, said Corey. I don't know. I don't really feel like it's that big of a mystery at the moment. We watched it earlier. I just think it felt like he said, love you guys. I mean, it really felt like he was just talking to his family. So I don't know how much they're making out of this. It'll be interesting to see how it gets presented on the show. If they do make like it out to be a big mystery. But at the moment, don't know. Doesn't feel like that big of a mystery. It just feels like it's probably his family. Here we go, said Beast Modes. What time are we starting the stream for AAA? Yeah, I will do that tomorrow because it is a contract signing for El Grande. So obviously we know that event's coming up on May 30th. That match is going to be so good. They're doing mass versus mass. Someone's getting unmasked. So that's going to be so good. So we're doing the contract signing tomorrow. Whenever it starts on YouTube, we will start 2 hours before. So, you'll get a proper stream tomorrow. It won't be that we'll just tune in whenever that goes live. We'll have a good chat tomorrow. So whatever's gone down tonight, we can talk about tomorrow. Whatever news comes out, we can talk about tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow doing a proper stream, doing AAA. And yeah, should be good. I'm looking forward to it. As I said, I think that show on May 30th looks like it's going to be a pretty big deal. Okay, we are in Tulsa. Daze, if you as head of creative from today, how would you design Cody's title reign? Well, Abdullah, that might be a bit big for now, but that's might be one that we maybe needed to get to an hour or so ago. I think it's tricky, just initial thoughts, because of his injury and because of the plans having changed. So I think that it's a difficult one to map out as a result, because I don't know how long he's going to be out injured. Might get an update on that right now, as he's apparently opening the show, Cody, so we might get a bit of an update. Miss Clown said, I think every superstar is going to come out with Smarties. Yes! Let's go. I'm here for that. Okay, we're just seeing a replay of Raw right now. So SmackDown has started, and we're just seeing a replay. I think this was from the other week, actually, when Jacob stepped up to Roman. Robbie, hello. Shout out to you. Said this Friday is absolutely glamorous. Glamorous. Yeah, we should have Blake on this episode. She's making her presence felt as well. Camden, thank you, my friend. Firing in some Wrestling Days gifted memberships. People will have benefited from that. And Camden also said, hi, Days. Hi, buds. With Roman's new allegedly part-time deal, do we think he'll lose before June during his full-time schedule, or will he carry it over into part-time? I think he'll lose it at SummerSlam, which is early August. So I believe he's on Raw all the way up to June. I don't know what July looks like. I don't think they've released that information. But what we do know is that Roman's going to be full-time every week till the end of June. I could see him going all the way to SummerSlam. I mean, Roman would always be at SummerSlam. So it doesn't really make sense, does it, to have him lose the belt and then go away with SummerSlam just like 4 weeks after the end of June. So I think we get to SummerSlam, and then I think he might lose the belt there and then go away for a bit. Okay, tonight we have got Brie Bella and Paige against Irresistible Forces. So, Camden, thank you, my friends. Yeah, pretty big news today about Roman. I mean, that's great news for Roman fans. There's Alexa and Charlotte there posing in a photo booth. Very nice. Here's Fatal Influence. Few boos ringing out as they're shown backstage. There's Sammy. Was there some cheers there for Sammy? That didn't sound like loud boos. There sounded like maybe a few cheers for Sammy. Okay, we're done with the recap. We're going to be getting underway right now with the Open. Jono said, we know that Backlash is the biggest event in May, but what's bigger out of the two Saturday main event or Clash? Well, I think Clash would be bigger. Saturday night's main event is like it's like a glorified Raw, isn't it, really? I know we went big with Cena's retirement, but Clash in Italy should be like a proper PLE. Actually, don't know if... Have we got a PLE in June, or is Clash in Italy kind of classed as the June PLE? Here's Cody then. Let's have a look at the PLEs that are coming up. Because I don't know the order this year, because they've moved Money in the Bank. Oh no, Night of Champions is the end of June, so it's right at the end though. So we got Backlash May 9th, Clash in Italy May 31st, Night of Champions June 27th. So there's quite a gap between Clash in Italy and Night of Champions. There is no PLE in July at the moment. No PLE in July. We just have a Saturday night's main event. That's interesting. It might be because SummerSlam is right at the start of August. It's August 1st and 2nd. So no PLE in July, just a Saturday night's main event. 1 in June. 2 in May, Saturday night's main event. So really, Clash in Italy should be a proper PLE. So it should be bigger. Okay, Cody making his way down. David said, Cody, what do you want to talk about? Fans. Kyrie saying. It'd be good, actually, if there was some Kyrie signs. That'd be great. At least we are Pat McAfee. Oh. Yes. Sign in the crowd says at least we're Pat McAfee. Oh, it's Sign Guy. Oh, my God. Love this guy. He's always had great signs. I didn't even know it was him. David said, here's $2. Sorry, watching hockey. Go, Habs, go. David, you watch whatever you want to watch, my friends. Especially if you're going to send in $2. It's appreciated. Loud cheers for Cody. Chance for Cody. Tulsa. What do you want to talk about? Well, a good reaction for him. Oh, new information. Okay. I wouldn't expect that yet. The fans are chanting yes. Surely not this week. Well. Wow, Cody Rhodes is cleared. Wow, I did not expect that. So it must just be some bruising then, which is great news. What next? Well, I don't think the Randy thing's done, is it? Oh, it's Ricky. It's Ricky. So we knew that Ricky would be on this episode. People wondered if he was going to make his presence felt in this segment. Ricky Saints, who said goodbye to NXT the other day, is coming out to greet his old friend. Ricky Saints makes his way down. That's big news about Cody. Cody medically cleared. Not a big reaction for Ricky. In fact, no reaction for Ricky. But I like his music, though. It's big sounding. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, Ricky is in the ring. He looks proud, doesn't he? Cody looks really proud. Well, this is going to be quite a moment. Two old friends. Few boos for Ricky. I suppose he was a heel. You boo what you don't understand. I'm basically everything your baby mama wishes you were. I'm young, I'm rich, I'm debonair. That change is a revolution. Who's leading the revolution? Welcome to Friday Night Saints. He does look so happy for him. Here's Cody. We got some Cody chants breaking out. Loud Cody chants, actually. Are we in Rhodes country? I'm glad to have you. What's the difference between now and the last time you stepped up to me? Oh, that's a good line, isn't it? I'm a former NXT champion. Those 3 title reigns have aged you, Cody. Well, I don't know where we're going, to be honest. I mean, it could be a match tonight, but I I didn't expect Cody to be flipping cleared. I'm here to relieve you of your duties. It's not a great friend, is it, really? It's not a great friend. Is this what you want to do? Here tonight. Cody Ricky tonight. Let's do it. Handshake. Wow. Oh, hang on. Hang on. One more thing. Cody says he's easy to find, hard to beat. Okay. Randy needs to retire if he's going to keep on disappearing. He shows up for 2 months, but then goes away for 3. He might make his presence felt in this match, mightn't he? To be honest, we are going down some roads I wasn't expecting. So I was not expecting, genuinely not expecting Cody to be medically cleared tonight. I thought there was a chance he could be medically cleared in time for Clash in Italy. I was not expecting a flipping Cody Rhodes match today on this show. So, okay, we're going back to last week. Should we review that open? See how people felt? It wasn't the longest, but might be worth just getting a score. Segment score. Let's see what people thought. Okay, so we're just seeing Fatal Influence last week laying out Rhea. Here's Charlotte and Alexa. Here's Rhea. Here's Mommy. Okay, Rhea said she's willing to put her differences aside. Rhea says to Charlotte, "You need me." Okay, so I think Charlotte's like turning it down, which seems a bit stupid. That was good from Alexa, though. Sorry, I gotta go. She's trying to make a dramatic exit. Well, there we go. It's going to be a miscalculation, I think, there. Charlotte making her way down to the ring. Most common sense thing ever said in WWE, and she rejects it, says Blake. Some people, Blake, they just never learn. Matt said, Daze, I agree. I thought Cody would be out for a while. Yeah, a pleasant surprise, to be honest. William, hello. Daze, we need a lot of strong women in the chat. We have a lot of strong women in the chat. Do we need us men to be more outspoken? Maybe just keep supporting our beloved to keep from being cancelled. Listen, I think the women know what they're doing in this community. Let them cook. That's what and I don't mean that in a sexist way, right? I don't mean that. I meant in a different way. In an empowering way, right? Let them cook, William. Let them cook. Andy said, Daze, do we ever get the Wyatt six figures? I might get them. They might not be anymore, so they could be hard to get. I'm actually not going to be getting them. Not because I don't love the Wyatt six or what they were representing, but I am just being really harsh with myself when it comes to figures. That I'm only getting the superstars ones now. So I'm only going to focus on those. I think I spent a long time going out and buying like everything for the channel. And as everyone knows now, the channel is just not built around figures anymore. We do the live streams, we do unseens, we do a lot of member streams. That's kind of where we are now, like as a channel. And so, yeah, I mean, I loved it. I kind of loved collecting the figures, doing the toy hunts, buying them, growing the collection. It kind of went hand in hand with the channel, but because of lockdown, because of the pandemic, I'm in a situation now where it's like I wasn't getting them because I wasn't doing the toy hunts, and that was always part of the joy for me. I think, a lot of it comes back to me going to car boot sales. I think a lot of my joy of collecting comes from when I was very young with £1 in my pocket, going around car boot sales, trying to find what I could find, And I think I enjoy the figures, and there's some fantastic figures, but I just do not get the same feeling if I order them online. If I order them online and a box arrives, it just doesn't do it for me. I think a large part of it is getting out there and looking for them and that side of it, And when I couldn't do that during the pandemic, I sort of, I don't know, I suppose reassessed where I was with my collecting. And I love figures and I still want to collect. But now, like, I just tend to pick up like the superstar ones now. They kind of, that's the line that I like the most, really. So I don't know. I could make an exception. I mean, obviously there's a Bull Nakano that's coming out. We've never had a Bull Nakano, so that's a figure that I'm like, I really would love to get that. The Wyatt 6 ones look absolutely amazing. I'm definitely like having a little glance over at them. There's quite a few that come out that I have a little glance at. There's belts that have come out that I'm having a little glance at as well. There's a new Pat Patterson with the original Intercontinental Championship. There was a Bruno that came with the original WWE Championship. So it's not even just figures. It's accessories as well that I'm like side-eyeing. So what I would say is at the moment, no, because I'm trying to stay very in my lane. And that's the reasons why. But you won't be shocked and I won't be shocked if I end up picking some bits up, so. But at the moment, no, I'm trying to just keep it very much those superstar ones. I've still got a few of those that I need to get, actually. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Bones said, I get enough for the both of them. That's true. Blimey now. That is absolutely true. I was so pleased, though, to see that they were making new superstar figures. They showed them at the Mattel stall at WrestleMania. I was so pleased. Because I'm constantly worried that line's going to come to an end. Okay. Why is he talking over him? No. Why is he talking over him? I think she's going to do some talking as well, actually. She's got a microphone. Oh, God. What a heel. I love this entrance, and I've been robbed. Thank you for that warm welcome. She calls them losers. You all got a small taste last week. If there's anything we love to do, it's embarrass a legend. They're all in black. We're going to take all your legends away one at a time. Who better to start with than Charlotte, right? Well, match number 1 then. It's going to be Charlotte versus Jacy. And I don't see any reason why this match does not deliver. I'm trying to write down the score of that opening segment, but I don't want to miss anything. I'm like, ugh. Okay, we're locking up already as they go over into the corner. So that opening segment you lot said was just good 89. You weren't blown away by it. I think that's pretty fair, to be honest. Just kind of set up a match, really. Okay, Jacy steps out from the corner, locks up there with Charlotte. Knee to the midsection already. Grabbing Charlotte. Jacy gets thrown into the corner. Chop coming in there by Charlotte. Right now, she's got Jacy. Side headlock against the ropes. Coming back, shoulder tackle. Jacy goes down. Charlotte coming over. Jacy over in the corner. Charlotte in control. Reversed. Charlotte tries to jump over Jacy. Oh, that was good. I run this division now, said Jacy. We've seen so many times girls follow into the corner and Charlotte jumping over them. Jacy didn't do that. When Charlotte landed, she just smacked her in the back of the head. So very good ring IQ being shown from Jacy. Even allowed her to just sort of yell out, I run this division now, as Jacy goes over against the rope, stuck underneath. Over the other side, head scissor takeover. Charlotte goes over into the corner. Jacy comes in. She gets caught there by Charlotte. Face first into the corner. Jacy goes over. She goes down. She's going to flip her over again, yeah. She's taking her for a real ride. Kip up there by Charlotte. Jacy having to try and recover in the corner. And a strut as well. Fans loving that. Oh, and a crotch chop. Back elbow there by Jacy. Kick coming in there by Charlotte. Charlotte backing over. It's still hard to believe that we're never going to get the full Wyatt 6, said Willow. Do you mean in figure form? I think we have had everyone. They just did them, like, individually. That was nice by Jacy. She was looking for a timeout, turned around, Alexa was there. So we're going to go to commercial break. She ends up going flying down on the outside. Okay, so commercial break. This is our opening match. Jacy jumping up on the edge of the ring. She gets in the ring, charges over, gets caught there by Charlotte. Back elbow there by Jacy. Kick coming in there by Charlotte. Oh, another kick there by Jacy. Charlotte goes down over against the ropes. She's going to look to slingshot her into that middle rope. She does. Smile on the face there of Jacy. Charlotte down. Charlotte's got some rips in her tights. That's unfortunate. Shots coming in there by Jacy. Mad Dog said Rhea and Alexa need to team. Rhea and Alexa. Maybe something we could see in the future. Defcon said if Jack makes toy videos, he can do reviews for you, says Defcon Prime. Defcon Prime, thank you. Yeah, I think there are channels out there, lots of channels that are doing like figure reviews and stuff. So I'm sure there's some good reviews that are out there for figures. Knees coming in. Down goes Charlotte. James said, too late, Trini had a stroke as usual as I've joined the community, says James. Here's Trini. Trini, hello. Right now we've got Jacy keeping Charlotte grounded. Jacy sucks chants are ringing out. Shots coming in there by Charlotte. Charlotte in the middle, going over to the corner. Charlotte going up. Jacy coming in. Charlotte going over against the ropes. Back elbow there by Jacy. Charlotte goes down. Jacy coming over for the cover as Charlotte kicks out. Jacy yells out there in frustration. She's got Charlotte over against the ropes. She's got Charlotte over against the rope. She puts her leg over Charlotte. She's like, woo! Lots of yelling out to the crowds. Frustration on the kick. Over then, even there, as she goes over, she's kind of doing a little bit of showmanship. There was a lovely spot on the outside with Alexa as well. Like, Jacy putting a lot of work in here to kind of keep that crowd engaged. She's keeping Charlotte down. Headlock applied at the moment. So Jacy in control. Jumps on the back there of Charlotte. Gets driven back into the corner. Club WWE on the turnbuckle pads. Jacy with her arms outstretched. Reacting to the crowd as she comes in, gets caught there by Charlotte. Nice facial expressions from Jacy as she goes down. Charlotte down, Jacy down. Crowd are behind Charlotte, chanting away as Charlotte is the first to react. Jacy back up onto her feet. Shot coming in there by Charlotte. Jacy coming over, another shot coming in there by Charlotte. Chop there by Charlotte as well. And again. Charlotte chopping away on Jacy. Jacy staying on her feet here. I'm surprised she hasn't gotten down yet. Bang! There she goes. Finally she goes down. And actually she's got like lipstick all smudged as Charlotte comes in for the clothesline. Cartwheels into the clothesline. It's a good crowd, actually, this week. They're bringing some noise and bringing some energy. Jacy in the corner. Charlotte grabbing her. Over the other side. Charlotte going up to the outside. Boot coming in. Jacy gets caught. Charlotte going over and up. She's going up to the top. She's perched. Those turnbuckle pads look a bit bigger than usual. Crossbody there by Charlotte, but reversed by Jacy. Oh, kick out. Lovely kick there by Jacy as Charlotte goes over and comes back with a big boot of her own. Big boot of her own. Down goes Jacy. Charlotte grabbing the leg. Jacy is in position for moonsault. Charlotte steps on Jacy. She's climbing up. I don't know if we're going to get any outside interference or anything. Is she going to land it? Oh, that wasn't very good from Charlotte. 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Jacy. She didn't really connect with that moonsault, did she? That was a bit disappointing from Charlotte. It was a very underwhelming, like... Well, it was a 2 count. Big Mig said, Daze, if WWE offered you a job, would you take it and abandon the community? Well, listen, Big Tony, it wouldn't take much for me to abandon this community. To be honest, if Burger King offered me a job, I'd probably abandon the community. So, do you know what I mean? If WWE did, yeah. I wouldn't even remember your names. I'd be off, mate, yeah? Hello, is that Dennis? Wow. I would love to be a chef at your place. Figure 4 is in. Figure 4 is in there by Charlotte. Charlotte going for the figure 8. She's bridging. Oh, outside interference there by Fallon. Big shot coming in there by Alexa. Laney comes in. Down goes Alexa. Laney jumps up. Charlotte charges over. Big boot. That's going to allow... Boom! Connects. That's going to allow Jacy to get the win. It's a big win for Jacy. Jacy with a big smile on her face gets the win over Charlotte. I mean, look, I think we all knew it was going to go that way, to be honest. But, and the great thing is we get to hear their music again. Ah, now they're beating down on Charlotte. They're beating down on Charlotte. Alexa comes in. She's trying to even up the score. She's, she's down. That's going to get Mommy Chance. Ah, big boot coming in. Fallon with a big boot. Alexa goes to the outsides. We got Rhea Chance. Alexa into the ring steps. Here comes Rhea. Big cheer from the crowds. That's a good facial from Jacy, isn't it? That kind of slow turnaround. This is not someone that she wanted to see. Rhea gets in. She loves that kick, doesn't she? That capoeira kick. She's been doing that since, I don't know, actually. Certainly WrestleMania. Rhea almost goes into Charlotte. Almost gets knocked into Charlotte. There's a little moment here between these two. Kind of feels like they're about to kiss. Are they about to kiss? Oh my God, they should kiss. No. They're going to shake hands instead. That's disappointing. That's disappointing. Well, there we go. Charlotte in the ring. Saved by Rhea. I think she appreciates it. Okay, we're backstage. There we got Brie and Paige. Get your scores in for that match. I think that's a perfectly acceptable open, honestly. Karma is very real. Okay, so the tag champs are focused on Irresistible Forces. Did you miss me, Byron? To be honest, Brie's only just come back as well. We've hardly seen Brie. Okay. I'm not the biggest fan of Paige, said Brony, but her theme music is one of my favorites. Big Tony, shout out to you. Triple tag at Backlash. Could be Fatal Influence versus Charlexa and Rhea, ? Said Steve. There's definitely a chance of it. Yes, definitely a chance. I'd be down for that. Okay, backstage, who's talking in the background? Is that Heyman talking with Aldis? Okay, we got Fraxium confronting R-Truth and Damian, but it's Heyman in the background that I think is going to get the more attention. Okay. And that's kind of nice. That's kind of nice how they did that. Damian's accidentally just given a title match away, thinking that R-Truth was in the process of doing that. But he actually wasn't. He was talking about taxes, and apparently he knows a lot about taxes. Which I couldn't believe, because he's probably given the government quite a few taxes over the years. He's been employed with WWE enough. Here's Club WWE. John Cena working on something to do with Club WWE for Backlash, isn't he? Right. This should be good, said Radiated Zombie. Nathan Frazier will be okay once his voice breaks, said Shining Wizards. R-Truth just confuses everyone. I like that, said Sally. Christopher said, Daze, Trick Williams has got a great catchy entrance song. Have you watched the movie Hustle and Flow, where Whoop the Trick came a popular song? I haven't. I know it did come from that, though. I feel like we had this conversation a few years ago when Whoop That Trick was catching on in NXT. So I've not seen the film Hustle and Flow, but I'm aware that's where that came from. Robbie said, did they change the theme, or am I just imagining it? I was distracted by Fallon. Of the bit that I heard, it sounded the same. But obviously they cut it off when Jacy kind of did the promo at the start. But from the bits I heard at the end and whatever, it sounded. But they interrupted it, didn't they, with Rhea's theme as well? So as far as I know, it's the same. Andy, hello. Who do we think will be the Hall of Fame inductees next year? Maybe it'll take a while for Bray now with no Wyatts. Maybe. I think the big consideration for next year is Saudi. So I think the thing you got issue-wise next year is that you've got to take people over to Saudi, haven't you? And families have got to go to Saudi. And to be honest, I mean, who's going to have the appetite to do that right now? And we don't know what's happening with the whole Iran situation. Obviously, we expect it to be resolved before next year. But I don't know. Even once it's done, is it still a place that people are going to be eager to sort of want to travel to? I don't know. I think that has to be took into consideration. I think it's going to be difficult as a result. Honestly, there is a thought that they might not even do it next year for WrestleMania. They might do it at SummerSlam instead. I think that's more just a fan theory, just because of how challenging it will be to kind of get people to travel to Saudi Arabia, like family members, people like that. It's a long flight, isn't it? It's a long way to have to travel. Go all the way over to Saudi to see your family member get inducted. So, I don't know what they're going to do there, but some people are wondering if it'll be the likes of Michael Cole. Might be someone that kind of goes in. Maybe this is the year we finally pulled the trigger on Batista, because Batista was meant to go in 2020. So, this year, you don't need to worry so much, or the year coming up, you don't need to worry about selling tickets. because WWE don't care, do they? They're getting 100 million for WrestleMania. So if there's one year where you can maybe not put in the most exciting class, it might actually be next year, where it's in Saudi. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare. I wouldn't be shocked if some people even turned it down. They might put some feelers out, like, how would you feel about Hall of Fame induction next year? Like, I wouldn't be shocked if some people were like, not next year. So I wonder if it'll be like a Batista, and they're like, this is the year you're going in. Because the problem with Batista is it's been so long since his career. I mean, really, he was active, obviously, ruthless aggression. His retirement match was 7 years ago at WrestleMania 35. And even then, he hadn't been around, you know? Even then, he was just a bit part player. So I feel like Batista, I don't know how many people are buying tickets to see him go into a Hall of Fame. Like, so it's tricky, that. It's tricky. Like, he retired at 35. It made sense to put him in at the next year, but there's been so much time now that I wonder if he's going to be a front runner for next year. Bray could go in as well. I mean, he could go in because he might go in as part of the legacy class, mightn't he? Here's Danhausen. Okay, this could be good. I think there's way more than $400 there. $40,000 is what he's got. Yeah, it's worked now, hasn't it? It's worked now. Why didn't they stop him? Why didn't they? Dude's walked off with $40,000. Why didn't they stop him? Free human monies? It was the perfect plan. It was the perfect plan. As soon as he opened it and it didn't go off, why didn't they just jump out, though? To be honest, 40,000 is probably nothing to the Miz. Do you know what I mean? That's probably absolutely nothing. Did you hear the Miz's daughter is a fan house? Yeah, I did. Yeah. I heard him talk about that. She said she was a fan, and he was like, yeah, but he stole your bike. And she's like, it's all right. You'll just buy me a new one. And he will. Daze, is Jake the Snake in the Hall of Fame? I believe he is. Yeah, I think Jake's in. I'm trying to think if I've seen an induction speech from Jake, but I feel like he is in. There was someone I found out that's not in that I thought was in. And I was like, oh my God, we definitely need to put that person in. But I can't remember who it was now. Can't remember who it was. Oh, I think it was Miss Elizabeth. Miss Elizabeth. I don't think Miss Elizabeth is in. I don't think Miss Elizabeth is in. Imagine the goal of Miss Elizabeth was massive. Like, she definitely deserves to go in. I don't think she went in when Randy went in. Certainly on her Wikipedia, it doesn't say that she was in. So I was like, Miss Elizabeth's not in. Got to fix that. I don't really want her going in Saudi Arabia, though. Not the first lady of wrestling, you know. And I feel like it should be King Charles that inducts her as well. Here's Fraxium. The first lady of professional wrestling, yeah. She definitely deserves to go in. No slow-mo, said Asgard Mike. No slow-mo. Oh, I didn't see. Well, they probably should just be happy that they're on TV, to be honest. So, Tag Team Championships on the line. This is match number 2. R-Truth and Damien versus Fraxium. Okay, championship match. What's up? What's up? Okay, so R-Truth and Axiom starting off the match. He drives Axiom back in the corner. Clean break. I've got him, says R-Truth. Over the other side, shoulder tackle, down goes Axiom. Oh, hello. Against the middle row. Bang. Over goes R-Truth. Kip up. Down goes R-Truth. The tag division was gutted on SmackDown, said Jennifer. Jennifer, I hope you're well. Is today SmackDown 2 hours? No, 3. I think it stays 3 until the end of June. Damien is in, and so is Nathan. Nathan grabbing a side headlock. R-Truth has wrestled more times in 2026 than in the last 5 years of his career, said Big Migs. That's a fun fact. Mark said, I think the quality of wrestling just isn't there for me, but I do like Tiffany Stratton. Well, I would agree it hasn't been there. I thought the opening match was okay. I thought that was a pretty fun watch. I could see this working as well, to be honest. We know that Fraxium are a great team. You just don't know quite what you're going to get out of R-Truth and Damien, but they've been pretty fun. Our opening match managed to get a good 94. To be honest, for most of that, it was great that was leading, but it just dipped down towards the end. So, good 94. That puts it above the Cody segment. Dropkick there by Fraxium. R-Truth and Damien go to the outside. Fraxium going for suicide dives, but Damien and R-Truth move out the way. And it looks like we're going to go to commercial break. Spiller said they need the win. These guys are amazing. They're the best NXT tag team we've ever had. Yeah. Fraxium are a fantastic team. I don't mind if we sort of delay it a little bit, just because I don't know what you do with R-Truth and Damien. I kind of feel like there's a bit of fun to be had with them. You could maybe have Fraxium go off and do a feud, and then maybe come back and get the tag titles. So obviously I'm not expecting new champs here. It's not impossible, but I'm not expecting it. But right now we've got the action back in the ring. But yeah, Fraxium's such an amazing team. Really fun. Fast-paced, very energetic. R-Truth going for the cover. Okay. We need more body slams. We need some back body drops, said Defcon. Clotheslines, atomic drops, drop kicks. Where are the drop kicks now? Hardly any tag teams on SmackDown now, said Brian. No disrespect to Damien and Truth, but I do think Fraxium, said Lux Rants. Big Mig said Frazier reminds me of a younger, athletic Seth Rollins. Do you know, that was a comment actually that really changed my mind on Nathan. It was a comment from Dave Meltzer. And, you know, I like Nathan. I thought he looked good and Axiom looked good, but I wasn't really thinking about long term or anything like this. But Dave Meltzer, when these guys were in NXT, he said that Nathan Frazier reminds him of a young Will Ospreay. And I don't know that I necessarily agree. I mean, I didn't see much young Will Ospreay action, but he said that's who he reminds of. And ever since he said that, ever since like Nathan Frazier has been kind of put into the same conversation as Will Ospreay. Kind of been looking at him a bit different. Like, what can this guy achieve? You know, all of a sudden the ceiling for Nathan Frazier just got a lot higher, because all of a sudden you're like, do you know, he is very, very fast-paced. One of the criticisms you hear of Nathan Frazier is he's too fast. People can't keep up with him. But what he has come out and said is, it's not for me to slow down. It's for others to reach my level. And you go, yeah, actually, that does make sense. His work is very good, very crisp. He's not like botching like all the time. It's not like he's going so fast he's just botching. He's very quick. He's very skilled. There's a serious talent there. Yeah, a serious talent. So at the moment, obviously, they're doing this Fraxium thing, which is, you know, absolutely fine. But where are we in 5 years? I don't know. Okay, Axiom going up. Did anyone else like Melina, said Mark. I think she was one of my favorites. Then Carmella, now Tiffany, says Mark. Damn, that was a nice move there by R-Truth. Only just, I don't know, I couldn't see what it was. Was it like a stunner? Right now, he goes over, makes the tag, in comes Damien. So we're about to reach the end of hour 1. Okay, Damien is in there. Oh. Fraxium go flying. Damien going over in the corner. Back elbow there by Damien. Over the other side. Elbow. Big boot coming in by Damien. Damien drives Nathan Frazier down. So Fraxium really struggling with the size and the power of Damien, which makes sense. He's a big guy. Damien going against the ropes, looking for a big clothesline. Axiom gets turned upside down, inside out. Nathan Frazier lands on his feet. Kick coming in. Damien goes back to the corner. R-Truth against the ropes. Down goes Frazier, and again. R-Truth's up, duck underneath, grabs Nathan Frazier, plants him down. He's going to go for the 5-knuckle shuffle, and the fans love it, you know. The fans are on their feet here, joining in with the fun as R-Truth. 5-knuckle shuffle. Smiles on faces as Ron Cena does his thing. Axiom on the outside. Roll up there by Frazier. 1, 2. Oh. R-Truth getting right back up to the outsides. Here's Nathan Frazier then against the ropes. Suicide dive. Down goes R-Truth. Axiom goes through the ropes as well. This is where Fraxium shine. They're so quick. Straight over. Now he's saying to Axiom, follow it up. And Axiom's going to do that. Over in the corner, straight up. Springboard moonsault. R-Truth being thrown back into the ring. I really like Nathan Frazier. He's like, come on, we've got this. I love the desperation. Damien is down on the outsides. Axiom, boom! 1, 2. Damian Priest gets in, makes the save. Kicks out at Nathan Frazier. Nathan goes into the pin to break it up. Straps have come down by Damien. Tag being made. It's not a bad match, this, honestly. Oh, Axiom goes to the outside, gets pushed to the outsides. Nathan lands on his feet, gets caught, going for a ride. Oof. South of heaven, huge. Absolutely huge. And this feels like the beginning of the end, man. Absolutely the beginning of the end. Bang, Razor's Edge. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, Nathan weren't getting up from that south of heaven. He might never get up from that south of heaven. Amazing. This is such a good... It's a good team, actually, because you've got the fun of R-Truth, but then you've got, like, the size and the power of Damian. Look at that! Look at the flipping heights! That was sick. Honestly, this is like one of the best things Damian has done. Talatonga's here. Tala's in. Here's the MFTs. Here's the MFTs. Talatonga. I mean, we were just praising the size and the power of Damian, but he can be made to look like a child when he's in there with Tala. Tala is going for a big south of heaven of his own. Bang! Yeah, man. We don't ever talk about Talatonga and what it's going to be like when he breaks out of MFTs, but if we keep investing in him, he could be a major problem. Look at Talatonga. He looks so good. Man. My family tree just sounds like a preschool name. It does. It does. Truth's 55. The dude just does not age. It's I think it's a fun way of using him. I mean, rather than just repeating the same sort of joke of him sort of getting confused backstage, like have him out there, having a few matches. The other thing to remember as well is that this is his last run. I mean, R-Truth has said like he doesn't expect to sign another deal after this one, so might as well just have a run with a belt, entertain the crowds. Do you know what I mean? Once this run's done, that's it. We're done. So whatever we're gonna do with R-Truth, we need to be doing it now. Tala and Omos should team and call them the Zombies, said Corey. Don't mention Tala with Oba, said the one. Spiller said, I do enjoy Truth and Priest, especially after Truth was always trying to get in Judgment Day. Seeing them team up is pretty good, said Spiller. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that they are, like, the best team. I think Fraxium are a better team. But I think as a way of using Damian and a way of using R-Truth in the short term, I think this is pretty good. So that's why I'm all right with keep going with this for a little bit. But yeah, I think we can do some really fun stuff with this tag division, right? We've still got some really good teams knocking around, even though DIY is no more, even though Motor City are no more. You've still got the likes of Fraxium that are still kicking about. And I'm sure if we do a draft, we can move a few like teams around, whatever. Obviously, there's still MFTs clearly sniffing around. They want those tag titles. That's a very clear message that's just been sent. So I wonder if that'll be Backlash. I wonder if we do Damian and R-Truth against some version of the MFTs. Like said, Truth needs to be in the Hall of Fame. William said, if I wasn't married, I would so take a shot at Trini. She's way out of my league, but why waste my time with someone not as crazy as what she is? This is so beautiful. This is so beautiful. I'd love to see a community relationship and a community baby. That would be beautiful. So, William, if there's any way that I can encourage that or support that, just let me know. Radiated Zombie said, I know it won't happen, but I keep thinking Asuka Io at Backlash and Kyrie returns to get involved. And I can't be the only one that's saying it. You're not. Bleacher Report are saying it. Sports Illustrated are saying it. It's not just you saying it. I mean, it would be nice to have her back. I don't think that this thing is a work. And I'm not expecting her, but, well, listen. One thing we've learned about pro wrestling is never say never. That's why we just can't rule out William and Trini. Never say never. Grog Vlogs, hello, my friend. If the community had a baby, does Daze have to pay for the child support? No, I would skip those responsibilities. Just like I would in real life as well. If ever I got someone pregnant, you'd never find me. You can send whatever court orders you want. You'd never track me down. So I would shun my responsibilities just like I try to do in real life. So none of you get any ideas, thank you. Yeah. Wrestle with Andy said, Hensey is the honorary Trinidadian. Oh. He needs a shirt. Okay, here's Solo with Tala. Last week. Jacob made a big mistake. Okay, they're showing us a replay of this big mistake. WWE have announced that the first hour of Backlash is going to be on ESPN2, but surely that show's not even going to be that long, is it? In my mind, it was going to be like 2.5 hours or something. The first hour is going to be on ESPN2. They must feel like this is the right way to use the PLEs. They did it at WrestleMania. They're doing it again for Backlash. First hour will be on ESPN2. Okay, we got Fatu chants. What's this clip? Okay. His brothers are my brothers. His blood is my blood. Okay, he's very upset with Jacob. When your ass gets to this building, you're a dead man walking. Okay, here's the Usos. Okay, here's the Usos coming down. Not much of a pop, not much of a reaction. Okay. It is just you and me, Oos. Yeah. Their fans are still chanting, it's just me, Oos, even though that's not the current lyrics. The new lyrics are, it's you and me, Oos, but the fans are like, it's just me, Oos. We understand you've got an issue, but you're not the only one that's got an issue. Roman has got a big problem with them too. Okay, so a lot of people are looking for Jacob. I don't think Solo cares. feel like Jay's promo just ran a little bit out of steam. Roman's got a problem with Jacob. Solo's got a problem with Jacob. I'm not sure where this is going to finish up. We're not asking you, we're telling you, Jay says to Solo, and I can't imagine that's going to be greatly received. Oh, I know, it is greatly received, actually. He's laughing his head off. He loves it. Why does this segment feel so off? It just feels a bit slow and plodding and quiet and... Tala attacks the Usos. Rare Breeds has fallen asleep. Jay's boring now, said Rav Stars. Jay just can't talk, said Rare Breeds. Well, the Usos get laid out, and this honestly just felt like a bad segment. We don't give a damn. Whether Roman likes it or not, Jacob is a dead man. So there we go. Solo says, I don't care. We're going to score that segment. I wonder if it was just me that found it very underwhelming. Okay, we're backstage. There is Cody, and he has bumped into Sammy. I called you a golden boy last week, but that was not a bad thing. We're the last real good guys. We're the same. We're not the same. Why is Cody being a douche? Okay, up next, Cody against Ricky is next. Is Cody Ricky next, said Connor? Yes. Rare Star said he needs to cut his hair and change his entrance music. Daze, what do we think will be the main event of next year's Mania? I'm going to say Rock Roman. I'm going to agree. And I'm going to say Cody Punk. Oh, okay. I think a lot of people are wondering if that'll be SummerSlam. But also there's Gunther and Seth and Ober. Too many to name, just not enough space. But I think Rock Roman is going to be one. It would be good to see Ober up there. Rock Roman. Ober. Yeah, I agree. That's tricky. I want to say Ober Punk. Ober Braun would be interesting. Ober Braun would be interesting because that would be two new names at the top of the cards, and it wouldn't matter because WWE have made their money, and as well as that, you've got Rock Roman, and that's the only match people are going to really care about. So your night one main event, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to do any heavy lifting, does it? So do you just go with your biggest rising babyface, who's Ober, and your biggest rising heel, which is either going to be Gunther or Braun, depending on where we are next year. So do you do Rock Roman as your big juicy main event, and then on your other one just go with your biggest rising heel and your biggest rising babyface, which to me would be Ober Gunther or Ober Braun Breaker, and do that as like main event, and actually use next year's Mania as a bit of a free hit, little bit of a let's just put these two here because it means they've main evented. It builds them up a little bit more. We don't have any pressure to sell tickets. So why not just like really try and push the younger? You could do that next year. Really invest in that young talent that's coming through. Your stars that are already made, but actually next year you ain't got to worry about selling tickets. You have not got to worry about selling tickets. You've made your money. 100 million they're getting for that show, and what will be from ticket sales or whatever will be whatever, who cares, whatever they get from merch sales, whatever. Yeah, I mean, if you've got Rock Roman as your night 2 main event, you're definitely getting people going to that show, aren't you? It's definitely going to get people going. So yeah, I don't really ever sit down and think in that level of detail. I mean, I always just tend to go show to show, really. So trying to figure out what next year's Mania is going to be, not something I've ever really given thought to. But yeah, I can see your thought process there. I think Rock Roman, if they can get it over the line, is definitely the match to make. And we know the Saudis have apparently offered a lot of money for it. Ravstar said, I think most WWE talent are not happy with the current creative, but they just stay quiet. I can definitely agree with that. Definitely agree. But the thing with wrestling is that you're always a slave to the creative department. So you're always going to have to battle against whatever creative you're given. Very rarely are you going to be doing stuff that you love and like. Everyone always wants more TV time, always wants juicier stories, you know, unless you're at the very, very top and you're like Cody or Randy or Ober. You know, most people are just battling to get on TV. And when they do, they might be jobbing out or just not being used in the way that they want. So, yeah, the vast majority are going to have frustrations. But wrestling has always been that way. It's how you kind of handle it, how you deal with it. And I think Chelsea has been a real shining example of someone that just tries to make lemonade out of lemons, you know. Okay, coming up tonight, looks like we're going to have Solo and Tala against the Usos. Looks like that is a match we've got coming up. What's this? Jalen Brunson acknowledges Roman before every game. Okay, here's Danhausen. Okay, well, there we go. The Knicks have been uncast. Okay, here comes Cody then. I thought they'd have this much later, actually. Stephen A. and Danhausen at SummerSlam, said Jojo. Why are they trying to get Stephen A on TV? He's not a wrestler, said Ray Revstars. Daze, who are we expecting to win at Backlash? Asuka or Io? I'd be thinking Io. I think ultimately they want to get Io over in the feud. It could be that she suffers a setback first, but ultimately wins the feud. But ultimately, I'd expect her to get a hand raised. Okay, Cody then making his way down. Was not expecting this at the start of this stream. Cody Rhodes in action. Cody signing a few things for the fans as he makes his way down to the ring. Is it me or is this show been a bit WTF, said Willow. Well, first thing we have to remember is that we are out of Mania season, so it's not fair to really compare this to the kind of stuff we were getting before WrestleMania. I think this show has been okay. I've enjoyed the Fatal Influence stuff. I actually thought the tag match was okay. I think that last segment was not very good at all. I think, you know, you can say that it ticked a box and it set a match up, but it just felt like it was lacking energy. It was sort of lacking a bit of pace, a bit of bounce. It just seemed to fall flat. So, yeah, I mean, I'd say this is, you know, not a show that's kind of knocking it out of the park, if you will, but I think there's some solid moments here. This doesn't feel like one of those episodes we watched a few weeks ago where it was like 2 out of 10 or whatever. Or at least not to me. And now we've got Cody Rhodes in action. Taking on the newcomer. Da, 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 da. Okay. Here is Ricky. I'd really love to see Oba Drew, says Liam. I think it's a 6-ish show so far, said the one. I agree with that. I agree with that. Ricky went to give a kid a high five and purposely missed, which was pretty fun, and then went to another kid and did the same. So Ricky trolling some of the fans. Seems like you lot struggled with that segment as well, giving it a good 73. Good 73 for Usos against MFTs. Now, can these two put on some really good here, really strong here? Dun, dun, dun. Okay, Ricky against Cody. Just a normal match, no title on the line. Okay, there's a handshake, but actually Ricky capitalizes on that handshake. Shoulder tackle, down goes Cody, and again, going over against the ropes, looking for a hip toss there, Cody. So this is the first time we've seen Cody in action since the Night 1 WrestleMania main event. Okay, so Ricky is just lay there. We've got a few Cody Rhodes chants that I can just hear breaking out. Cody Rhodes. Cody picks up Ricky. Delayed. Standing vertical, but Ricky gets down on his feet. Back elbow misses by Cody. Ricky going over in the corner. He goes up to the outside. They should have some good chemistry, these two. I mean, I believe they trained together and obviously they faced each other previously. Ricky going back into the ring. Kick coming in there by Ricky. Grabbing Cody. Cody in the ring. Danhausen uncursed the Knicks after they won. They must remain cursed so they don't make it all the way, said Final Boomer. He uncursed them. He uncursed them. That was apparently someone paid human monies. And so he uncursed them. If I'm booking, I'm going to let Ricky get the big win here. A title rematch at Backlash and Cody wins that, says Matthew. Is this match for the title, said Deacon. No, buds, no. Cody climbing up on the outside of the ring then. Getting back in as we go to commercial break. That was a rare cold start from Cody, says Wade. Takes over Ricky and keeps Ricky grounded. Right now, Ricky is down. Cody in control. Kip up there by Cody. Back elbow there by Ricky as Cody goes down. So we're about halfway through the show this week. Sneaking our way to that halfway point. Cody in the corner, shot coming into the midsection there by Ricky. Ricky driving Cody back. Big boot coming into the midsection. Big clubbing blow coming in there by Ricky as Cody goes down. Kind of like Ricky's gear. Looks a bit different. Bit eye-catching. Against the ropes. I don't remember him wearing this gear when he was in NXT, so might be something new for the main roster. Clothesline, down goes Cody, going for the cover, 2, kick out. He had to uncurse them because the Knicks won the series. If they'd lost, then I'm pretty sure WWE would have just played into the curse. And how Danhausen was right, said Brony. Here comes Ricky, colliding into Cody. Cody down. Ricky grabs him and drives the knee down. Goes for the cover, 2. He's got elbow coming in. He's got a bit of a stretch being applied here on Cody, which is interesting. Got some proper wrestling going on here. Elbow coming in there by Cody. Cody goes down. Ricky has got Cody. Is looking for a chop coming in. Chop coming back there by Cody. Big kick to the midsection there by Ricky, who goes back against the ropes. Kick to the side of the heads. And he's just keeping Cody grounded at the moment. Big Time said, Jacy's last 2 weeks have hit a home run. Fatal Influence has injected some life into the division. Love that Kiana, Julia, and Lash, but Jacy has come in. Doesn't need a hand held by Creative. I don't know, man. I don't know. Creative have been really good to Jacy. I mean, she came in and attacked a load of legends last week along with Fatal Influence. They then brought them back out last week for a second segment where she was toe-to-toe with Rhea, cutting a promo. And now this week she's in the ring with Charlotte Flair. Like, they've given her a lot there. They've given her a lot. Right now, we've got Ricky with a net breaker. Luxmania said Ricky is going to be the new Austin Theory. Okay, Cody trying to get back up. Did these two face each other in AEW, said David. I believe so. I believe they did. I believe that's where they kind of got on each other's radar. This is where their friendship began, so. Cody is over on the ropes. She's come in and made the job easy. We know Creative find it a chore to build people. She's already further along than the women trusted in those spots. Well, I don't know. I mean, all I'd say is that they've given her a lot and she's shined, but I don't think it would be fair to say that they gave that to the likes of Kiana or Lash. And actually, I'd say Lash has really delivered with what she's been given. You know, Lash was in Elimination Chamber and whatever, so... Jacy's done a fantastic job, but Creative have definitely set her up well with the first 2 weeks. Cody getting back into this now. Cody going over. Disaster kick. Down goes Ricky. Okay. Cody really feeling it now. Cody cutter connects. Ricky is down. So Ricky down. Brandy Rhodes has just sent a message out saying, my husband and my nephew are facing off. Right now, on the shoulder. Ricky, oh, reversed. Whoa. 1, 2. No joy. No joy. Loud Cody chants. This crowd are very much with Cody. Ricky grabbing Cody. Cody reverses. Ricky goes over. 1. Just a 1. Cody for a pin. 2 for Cody. Cody coming in. No joy. Ricky goes off into a big DDT. 2. Shoulder up. Ricky screams out. There's been some big near falls in this one. He's grabbing Cody, trying to drag him over to the corner, trying to get him to the ropes. Gets him up. Picks him up. Look here. He's got him up on his shoulder. Oh, Cody reverses. Oh, Crossroads. I didn't love that Crossroads. Seemed to spike him a little bit there. Oh, Gunther! Gunther! Gunther attacks! Gunther attacks Cody! Gunther! We wondered what was going to be next. Oh, my God. Cody's got big problems. Cody's got big problems. The Ring General. Oh, my God. This is a massive problem for Cody. This is a massive problem. If we're going to do a match between these two, it's hard to see Gunther not getting the championship. Big rumors of Gunther Roman. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. R.I.P. R.I.P. Cody Rhodes' WWE Championship reign. Wow. The Ring General out of nowhere. Oh, that's so good. Love it. Love it. Well done, AI. AI, 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 AI. Yes. Oh my God, I'm crying, guys. AI has done it. Amazing. Love it. Sign me up. It's not where the rumors were. The rumors were very much that it was going to be Gunther Roman. Maybe that's still going to be the case, but I don't know, man. I feel that's. Do you know what? This show needed that. This show needed a moment like that. Yes. Get your scores in for Cody and Ricky. Oh my God, guys. You need to be so happy for me because I think I've just got my thumbnail as well. Oh, sometimes I sit here and I'm like, oh, I don't know what the thumbnail's going to be, but we've got a thumbnail. It's just... That's big. That's big. Gunther. I love it when rumors get proven wrong. To be honest, I mean, that is one of the positives of like rumors going wrong is that you spend time talking about them, like, what do we think about this? Where's this going? And then if something completely different comes along, it does genuinely catch you off guard. Like, genuinely, like, I was not expecting this. There's a few things like that tonight. I was not expecting Cody to be medically cleared. And I was not expecting that. And we know this was not the plan. This was definitely not the plan. Because we know the plan was Randy, Jelly Roll, Pat McAfee, Cody. That was the Backlash plan. So even WWE are going down roads. Not that long ago, they wouldn't have expected to be going down. But yeah, love it. No word of Gunther Cody. There's been no word of that. Sign me up, yeah, sign me up, yeah, bum, bum, bum. Okay. Oh, that's good. When are we doing it? Are we doing it at Backlash? Backlash. Did we hear the Wyatts got punished for showing them all out of character eating at a burger joint? No. Weird Flex, shout out to you. Maybe Ober Roman will be at SummerSlam. I prefer Ober beating Roman at WrestleMania for Roman to pass the torch. Hello, Austin. Yes, Gunther takes the title from the Golden Boy. Take his career whilst you're at it, said Scottish Chris. Daze, I thought Gunther was expected to be in a feud with Roman. He was. He was expected to be in a feud with Roman. Hence why this is such a wonderful surprise. I hope that Gunther doesn't lose to Cody and then go after Roman's title. If they're going to pull the trigger on a Gunther-Cody feud. Where's Randy, though? The whole reason as to why he punted Cody was so that we knew this was not over. So where's he gone? Yeah, I love it, though. This is what this show needed. The Ring General getting involved. Yeah, putting a sleeper hold on. Oh, I thought we might be going to Gunther backstage or something. Well, if he's just gone out there and done that of his own accord, what favour does he want from Heyman? Oh. Heyman was talking backstage to Nick Aldis earlier. Here comes Danhausen. Okay, so is he getting a proper segment on the show, not just coming out during commercial break? Danhausen. Oh, how much better does this show feel now that we've had some really significant... Oh, the car getting a bit caught there. He's come down... He's really struggling with this car. Yeah, there are steps in the way. How are you going to get past that? Okay, he's got a microphone and he's got some shirts. Okay, Danhausen is in the ring. Hello, Fanhausens. Are we at commercial break? No. Okay. He's bought some Danhausen merch. That's a good sign. Someone's got a sign that says Danhausen ate my poster and it's got like chunks ripped out of it. That's good. He's throwing some shirts out and other bits. Okay, here comes the Miz. Here comes the Miz. Okay, here's the Miz. Those are some wild trousers, aren't they? Blimey hell. Okay, where's this going? I got blown up last week. I've come to a realization. I am cursed. Oh, he agrees he's cursed. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. So Miz has come to realize that he's cursed. Danhausen. I will be your mentor. This could be fun. Mizhausen. Oh, they were about to shake hands. Kit Wilson's coming out. I don't think he likes this development. Yeah, no, he doesn't. No, no, no. Okay, Kit Wilson's not happy at the fact the Miz was almost about to shake hands on mentoring Danhausen. Oh. Is this a face turn for the Miz? Or is it just a ruse? Is it a trap? You're not in the same league. Ooh, they almost shook hands. Kit Wilson wants one more chance. He's written a poem. I like Kit Wilson's gear. That could have been something Shawn Michaels would have wore back in the day in a different universe. Okay, everyone wants to shake Miz's hand right now. Miz is looking at the fans. Whose hand is he going to shake? He goes to Kit. They cheer out no. He goes to Danhausen. Loud boos. Goes to that big cheer. Oh, he's going to melt this. There's no confusion. There it is! The Miz shakes the hand of Danhausen. Danhausen has got a new mentor. You are... Miz nails him. Miz nails Danhausen. Danhausen goes down. It was a ruse. I was starting to dream of a future where Miz and Danhausen were going to have fun together, hang out together. But it's not to be. Boo! Boo! You just cannot trust the Miz, can you? You cannot trust the Miz. Elbow there from Kit. Well, I wonder who's going to partner Danhausen, 'cause obviously it feels like this is going to have to be a tag match. Why is everything Hausen, says William Hausen. Okay, we're backstage with Royce Keys. He's going to be in action against Angel. Okay. That'll be a backlash match, said Name is Josh. That was the quickest Miz turn I've seen. Usually takes weeks or months, said Mark. Everyone is Hausen, Maxin, said Iron Sentinel. Maybe it'll be Stephen A. and Danhausen. Imagine that. Stephen A. Hausen versus Miz and Kit. Wow. Well, do you know what? I'm really pleased that we had the Gunther moment. I thought that was great. That little thing was just a little comedy segment, you know. It might not have been the greatest thing in the world, but it was fine. I was sports entertained. Okay, so Cody, you said that was great. 55. You enjoyed the Cody match and maybe the Gunther thing after as well. We can get a score for the Danhausen segment. We're going to Royce Keys when we go back, aren't we? Okay, segment score. Segment score. What did you think about the Danhausen Miz segment? Let's get score in for that. I'm interested to see where it goes. Okay. Get your thoughts in for the Danhausen segment. Stephen A. Smith is not just a sports anchor, he's an actor. He plays Brick on General Hospital. He could cut a good promo, said Denise. Rab said, why does WWE need to treat Royce like Oba on Raw? Squash match after squash match. Come on, be original. It was good, Hausen said. Lux enjoyed it. Wrestling Russ said, Good and Okay need to be separated. They can't be. They only give us 4 options, unfortunately. If there was more options available, then I would separate them. But unfortunately, there's just the 4. So we basically have bads, average, goods, and then it felt like we needed just some above good to really get into the special stuff. And that's where we've got all time. So that's kind of how it's sort of been separated, if you will. So, yeah, unfortunately, we just don't have any other options. We could have Trini Hausen and James Hausen and Sonny Hausen and Daze Hausen and Andy Hausen and William Hausen and Chad Hausen and Metal Mama Hausen, said James Hausen. Abdullah said, Daze, isn't it crazy how big of a star Roman is? Whatever he does, it feels like I'm watching a movie. It's crazy how it's guaranteed every WrestleMania main event with Seth and Oba and Gunther and Punk, and they're not. Yeah, he's their biggest star. I mean, everything has landed. The aura, the connection with the crowds. I mean, he's one of WWE's biggest ever stars. The whole bloodline thing. And I mean, look, he had a look, but a lot of people have looks. You've got to capitalize on that look. You know, Tala Tonga has got a great look. And if things were to click for him, I mean, we could do something really special with him as well. But it's just, there's a lot more to it than just having the look, you know. Took us a little bit of time to find it with Roman, but we found it. We absolutely found it. Here's Blake. Oh, is that it? Coming soon? That's it. That feels like a vignette I've already seen from NXT, to be honest. Oh, I thought we were going to get more than that. Okay, here comes Royce Keys. She's not ready, said Jojo. I think Lainey got called up a bit early. She's good, but a bit early, said Laxo. Well, I don't think she would have been called up on her own, but being in this group is okay. Yeah, so it's early in that regard, but it just reminds me a lot of Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan got called up early because she was in Riot Squads. And she was very green when she first came up. In fact, I'd say she was greener than Lainey, actually. But I think that says to me they've got a lot of confidence that Fatal Influence are going to be together for quite a while. Okay, Royce Keys is in there with Angel. This probably is not going to be taking long. Okay, Royce Keys dumping Angel on the outsides. Let's get rid of this poll. We have not got long with polls. Royce versus Angel is where we are right now. Berto on the outsides. Okay. Against the ropes goes Angel. Down he goes. Angel in the corner. We've had a lot of new faces arrive recently, haven't we? You know, we just did a whole segment with Danhausen. Here we are now with Royce Keys. Before that, we had Ricky Saints doing a match with Cody. We had Jacy, Jayne start the show. We just saw a vignette for Blake Monroe. There's just a lot of new people around at the moment, which is not a bad thing. Right now, Angel is up top. Oh, that's nice. Is that going to be his finisher? He's got Angel in the corner. Kind of leaps round with like a power slam. No, it's not even his finisher. We got the big spine buster. 1, 2. Looks like that's going to be the end of things for this one. So, there we go. Royce Keys picks up the win. There's not even really a need to score that. The ultimate spine buster. So, we had a little Blake Monroe clip, then a very short match from Royce Keys. There's Stu. Okay, we're backstage with Tiffany, the new United States champion. Oh, it's her birthday. Open challenge. Here's Chelsea. I got you a birthday gift. It's me walking Okay, here's Kiana and Julia. Okay, Kiana's getting a title shot next week. So is Chelsea going to sort of be with Tiffany now? Is that what we're doing? It's how it seems, isn't it? Okay, we got like a Sammy Trick segment now. What got Tiffy over was her work rate and high risks in Elimination Chamber. It was not the catchphrase or the lack of personality, said Weird Flex. Abdullah said, when do we think Gunther Cody will be? Do we think it could be a long feud where Cody wins the first time Gunther gets it later? Or could it be that Gunther gets the title first match? Well, I mean, they could absolutely announce it for Backlash, but to be honest, we've got a Saturday night's main event coming up and a Clash in Italy, so I wouldn't be shocked if it didn't make Backlash, and actually it was set up for one of those shows that's coming up. I think this is really interesting because Gunther has retired John, retired AJ, beaten Seth at WrestleMania. To me, this is the mountaintop now, trying to win that WWE Championship. And to me, this is what it's all led to right here. In fact, this will be Gunther's biggest match because it's one thing to win the World Heavyweight Championship. In my mind, the World Heavyweight Championship is still below the WWE Championship. One of those belts goes back a couple of years. The other one goes all the way back to the 1960s. There's a big difference between them. I don't care who carries the belts. There's still a big difference between them, right? It's going to take a long time for that World Heavyweight Championship to be seen as equal. So, obviously, they've done work with that, and they had the World Heavyweight Championship main event night 2. They've put it on Roman. They're doing, they're trying to address it. But right now, for me, this is still the belt. And for Gunther to be going after it feels like a big deal. It's a great question. Do you put the belt on him first time? I think the answer for me is yes. I think I would, because I think that he retired John, he retired AJ, we've been building towards it. I think I'd do it in Italy, because the thing is, Clash in Italy is in Europe, and Italy's not a million miles away from Germany. It's not a million miles away from Austria. Having Gunther against Cody in Europe with Gunther trying to win that WWE Championship, I think I'd set it up for that. And I think I'd have Gunther win. So that's going to be at the end of the month. That's the 31st, isn't it? So bit of a back and forth between these two over the next few weeks. Big match that we just build towards. So I'd be tempted to go that direction. And title change in Europe. Oh. So it could be that Cody finds a way of keeping the belt and we do it a bit further down the road, but honestly, I don't think we need to. This is only going to be a good feud if Gunther beats Cody, but we know how they like to protect and stat pad their baby, says Robbie. When are we going to do Gunther Roman? Well, don't know, because it feels like there's been a change in direction, doesn't there? There was big rumours of Gunther Roman, but maybe plans have changed. Okay, we are back from commercial break. I would love it if Gunther became the first person to pin Cody clean since coming back to WWE, but I doubt it happens, said Austin. I've tagged you in something that's on YouTube, said James. Okay, but here's Royce's backstage. He was on the phone. Almost missed that. Oh, here's Jacob. Oh. Royce and Jacob. Okay, it seems like Royce and Jacob have got a history here. Are you letting Roman take food off your table? We take everything we want. It's very interesting, isn't it? It was really, Oh! Is that Tyler? Tyler's a problem, isn't he, man? Tyler, look at Tyler. Ah! Jacob got slammed onto that table that had a crash mat taped underneath it. The table didn't break and Jacob ended up crashing onto the floor. I hope he's okay. It was pretty funny seeing that crash mat taped underneath, though. Well, I mean, that was... we're really getting into some wordy conversations. Okay, Sami Zayn is coming out. Corey says, I am the table. Okay. There's a bit of love here for Sami. I was not expecting this. We've been going to quite a few different places getting the same negative reactions. Here we are in Tulsa. And the fans seem to be with him. Let's have a look. Let's see how this segment goes. We've got this gingerbread man suit. Oh, hang on. There are some boos. No, there are boos. I love coming to Tulsa, said Sami. Okay, pop. Had a beautiful morning. He said he's a big Bob Dylan fan. Someone just yelled, shut up. Yeah. When Dylan went electric, the fans started booing on him. And Sami says, I can really relate. I can deal with it. It doesn't bother me. There are fans there. Sign Guy said, Sami, quit being annoying. Whoop that gingerbread man sign. Someone yelled, "Shut up!" Whoop that trick, Chance. This is very interesting. I'm finding this very interesting. Trick's great. Trick's fun. Sammy says Trick is a shell of a man just wearing a costume. Sammy says doing what I do is hard. I'm not sure about this segment. I see this as disrespect. Do you know what I want to do when I see this gingerbread man? He wants to punch it. What are you doing? Sammy's like, I'm cracking up. Is he losing it? He's trying to tear it apart, but he could. He's managed to rip the arm off. A low blow to the gingerbread man. Well, here's Trick. Trick's running to the ring. Trick is running. Why is Trick running? What, to save the gingerbread man? What is this segment? AI. What is the low blows a flipping gingerbread costume, starts to rip it apart, and Trick Williams runs to the ring to try and save it. Is that what I've just seen? Is that what I've seen? What that Trick? What that Trick? Oh my God! Look, he's grabbing the gingerbread. He's looking at. Look at the concern in his face. Yeah, it's that. It's done. Yeah. Trick Williams gives the X. He gives the X for the gingerbread man. Ah! It's done. It's done. It's over. He's going to have to go to a medical facility. Yeah. What? There's people in there carting the gingerbread. Don't you put that on a stretcher. Don't you put that on a stretcher. We just look at the concern from the commentators. We got Trick Williams throwing up the X. Oh my God. If they put that thing on a stretcher, I might never watch WWE again, honestly. What the flip was that segment? We're gonna score that segment. We're gonna score that segment. It was so bad, it might have actually been great. I don't know. Segment score. Oh my God. Good, okay, bad. Get your thoughts in. What do you think about the Sammy Gingerbread Man segment? I feel sorry for Sammy. I mean, he arrives, they give him the script, and he must just be thinking to himself, what have I done to deserve this? What have I done to deserve this? Okay. We're backstage with Nia and Lash. This is going to be our main event. This isn't going to be our main event, is it? We've still got MFTs in action. That'll be our main event, won't it, actually? Okay, so Nia's talking of ending this nostalgic comeback for Brie and Paige. Okay. That was one of the worst segments this year. Sammy and Trick are both great. Having them clowning around over a gingerbread man, says Jay. Thumbs down. David said, I wonder if they're not going to use AI to write storylines, but if they're going to simulate a fan to see if fans would enjoy it or not. Well, you can't really do that, can you? Because there is no such thing as one fan or one viewpoint. You know, wrestling fans are just one big melting pot with lots of differing opinions and thoughts. So it's kind of, I suppose you could try and figure out what the average wrestling fan would feel about certain things, but I don't know. I don't know if AI is capable of that. It might be. I've never tried. Would the average wrestling fan enjoy this segment? That's interesting. If such a thing is possible, but I have no idea if it is or how accurate that information would be. Judging by that last segment, I would say that's either not working or not what they're doing. Okay, coming up next, Brie Bella and Paige takes on the Irresistible Forces. It was so bad, it became good, said Tribal List. Trick lost his deposit on the gingerbread man suit. That might have been actually what happened. It might be so bad it became good. That was the funniest thing I've ever seen, said Shaquem. The funniest thing ever. Big Tony K said, Daze, is this a flashlight in your pocket or are you just happy to see Blake Monroe? I am actually so shocked they didn't do more with her. She was sort of advertised for this week, and I could imagine people being very disappointed that it was literally just that. That would be like advertising Via a few years ago, only to have his, coming soon that he kept doing week after week after week. So, yeah, I was very surprised we didn't get more from, but I mean, don't get me wrong, we certainly saw a fair bit of her, but not in the way I was expecting. This is a bag segment that's not me hating it. It was just a bad segment. The crowd had no attention, and they were arguing over a gingerbread man costume, says Luxmania. We do realise we just watched one of the biggest rising stars, Trick Williams, run to the ring to save a stuffed gingerbread, said WrestleRants. Yes, we do. We do. And you'll be pleased to know that currently the scoring reflects that. So get your votes in. As soon as we're back from commercial break, we'll have a look at the score. We've got about 45 minutes left. Is it just me, or does it feel like this show has dragged a little bit? It does feel, I don't know why, perhaps, I don't know why, but it does feel like there's still 45 minutes left of this. That's like a whole episode of Evolve left of this SmackDown. So it does feel like it has dragged a little bit. Still, though, very grateful that we got the Gunther moment. That to me was like a real significant moment. That was something that I needed to know, because that's a big development. There's been lots of chatter about Gunther, and I was not expecting him to step up to Cody. So I'm pleased that we got that. Jacy match at the start was pretty fun. Tag match was not bad as well, actually. Some of the segments have missed, though. Some of the segments have missed. Okay, we are back from commercial break. Let's end this poll for that segment. Tricks coming out of a doctor's room? What am I watching? What is this? He's come out of a doctor's room? Is the gingerbread man gone to the doctor? You better pray to the Lord the gingerbread man's gonna be okay. Have I fallen into a Shrek film? The doctor came out and went like that. Oh, we've botched on the music now. Jesus Christ, what the hell's going on? We've botched on the music. There's been a music botch, a production botch. There's been a creative botch. Oh my God. Oh my God. Here's Paige. Remotes. Okay. This show's getting worse, said Deke. I still can't believe it. Okay, Paige, new music. What that gingerbread? I don't even know what I'm meant to be doing right now. I don't know what I'm meant to be doing. I'm still in shock. Genuinely just shocked at what I've just seen. 25, 21, 19. Why has he gone to the doctors? Shouldn't he have gone to, like, the people that make the ring gear? The seamstresses. Shouldn't he have gone to them? What's the doctor gonna do? What's the doctor gonna do? Okay, Irresistible Forces are making their way down to the ring. Slamex has put a message out saying, I don't know what I'm watching. I don't know what I'm watching. CM Punk gets Larry tattooed on him. A Larry tattoo. That's nice. That's nice. Perhaps Trick Williams should get one of the gingerbread man because he's suffered a loss today as well. He's suffered a loss. Okay. Women's tag titles on the line. I'm just going to do Nia and Lash versus... Okay, women's tag titles on the line. Okay. Ah, my God. Big shot coming in there by Lash. Lash is just absolutely unloaded on Paige. That was brutal. Does Paige owe Lash money or something? What the hell's going on? She's just absolutely murking this girl. Headbutt coming in there by... no, I don't know what the hell Paige has done to Lash Legend, but Lash Legends. Paige taking it all out on Paige. Paige coming over, making the tag. Brie coming in. Knee coming into the midsection by Brie. Brie driving Nia back against the ropes. Brie. Big knee coming in there by Brie. Brie is fired up. Kick coming in. She's on the shoulders there of Nia. Forearm shot there by Brie. It's quite a big ask for these two, actually. It's quite a big ask for these two because I don't know when Paige was last wrestling. I don't know when Brie was last wrestling. There's no one that can lead the team. They're just having to try and get themselves back into a bit of a rhythm. Plus, there's going to be no chemistry between them either. So, yeah, bit rough. Okay, Daze, hi. Let's not forget, we never got to see Sammy's conspiracy documentary, so if I were to book, I would have the documentary reveal some TKO dark secrets, says Hannah. Well, when that was being put together, it was pre-TKO, wasn't it? So I'm not sure that the documentary would go beyond 2022. I think that was maybe when it was all wrapping up. You might find some Vince secrets out from the documentary. Right now, Lash has got Brie and she's smashing her into the ring ropes. Rope burns. Okay, Lash in control. These girls need to get those titles back, said Snarls. Gingerbread Man for Hall of Fame 2027. Gone, but not forgotten. Fade just letting us know, breaking news, Gingerbread Man has officially passed away. So there we go. Heartbreaking. That's actually official. That is actually official. Okay, Nia is in control. Okay, Nia charges into the corner. Brie moves out the way. We're back from the commercial break in about a minute or so. Tag being made there by Lash. Lash coming in. Daze, did Trick say to Sammy, see you at Backlash? Yes. So, it's gone. Daze, it's possible that Gunther gets the title from Cody, and then we get Randy Gunther, the career killer, against the legend killer. The only thing with that is it would be heel against heel. I'm not sure WWE would be in a rush to book heel. Okay, right now, we got Brie trying to reach out to Paige. Nia smashing her into the ring mat. We're back from commercial break. Nia was in control. There are those tag titles. Trying to make the tag. Shot coming in there by Lash to Paige. Brie trying to reach over and make the tag. So the story of this is quite simple. The Irresistible Forces have been dominant. And we're just trying to see if tag can be made. It can be made. In comes Paige. Paige against the ropes. Drop kick. Paige screams out, "This is my house." Through the ropes. Knees coming in there by Paige. Down goes Lash. Paige is climbing up. Paige is up top. She's perched. Gets caught there by Lash. She was trying for a bit of a crossbody. Oh, lands on the feet, goes over. I don't know if a tag was made there by Brie, but Lash collides in. Paige goes down. Paige trying to grab Lash. Bit of a page turner, but the match seems to be falling apart a little bit. The Bella Buster was quite nice, though. 1, 2. Nia makes the save. Daze at Backlash. Sammy Trick in a gingerbread on a pole match, said Scottish Crit. Let's go. Gingerbread on a pole match. It's been a while since we've seen one of those. Nia colliding into Brie. We're going to get an Annihilator. She's setting up for an Annihilator. Paige coming in, going for a kick, but the kick was a bit off. Nia goes down. 1, 2, 3. To be honest, I'm just sort of glad it's over. That was not great. It's a win for Brie and Paige. That was great ring generalship, says... Joe. That was boring. That was bad for me, said Jojo. Wait, Barrett said he's going to kick down Aldis's door for numerous reasons. What the hell is going on? What the hell is this? We've actually got an in memoriam gingerbread man thing now. Are we going? What's going on? Are we being trolled? Are they trolling us? What the hell is going on? Are we desperately just... we're trolling. We're just trolling. At this point, we're just trolling. Yeah? We're just trying to chase away any adults that are left right now that might be watching this. Imagine if a loved one walks in whilst you were watching this at that moment. Imagine, like, oh, you're going to come round, you're going to watch the wrestling tonight. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I saw the CM Punk Roman match. That was sick, actually. Yeah, come round. It'll be good. I think you'll really enjoy it. And then both of you are just sat there kind of awkward. Is this what you watch on a weekly basis? This kind of thing? No, they don't normally do this, to be honest. Listen, they don't. I've not seen them do this before. I don't watch it for... this isn't why I watch, yeah? Does anyone remember the Attitude Era? Right? They're going to turn me into Pat in a minute. I'm going to be here chanting away for the Attitude Era. The hell is going on? Someone, somewhere, was watching this, and a loved one walked in. And they have now got to try and explain themselves. I feel so sorry for whoever that person is. Oh my God. I don't know, Daze, but it's funny, said Flame Fist. Oh my God. I'm going to have to talk about this in the breakdown. This is a thing. This is a thing that we've all witnessed. Maybe this might be the future of WWE. We, rather than complain about it, we need to get used to it. This is where we are now. Bum, bum, bum. Well, there we go. Gone, but not forgotten. The gingerbread man. I don't know why Joe was pretending to cry. I'm not sure what that was about. It's definitely got people talking, though. I mean, guys, we can say whatever we want, but look at this. Bro, no way. Yeah? Breaking news, Gingerbread Man has sadly passed away. Wrestle votes, R.I.P. Gingerbread Man. Wrestle votes! Wrestle votes! Do you reckon someone at WWE has been like, well, listen, if the IWC want to act like children, we'll treat them like children. Yeah? If that's how you want to be, we'll treat you that way. And so this is where we are. And people are now having to report it like it's actual news. Sami Zayn is a murderer. R.I.P. the gingerbread man. Part of me does want to tweet out, this is worse than the releases, but it won't be received very well if I say that. This might be even worse than the releases. But we're not going to do that because it will be taken the wrong way. Right. The gingerbread man, rest in pieces. He'll be back. He'll be back. Make no mistake about it. They just want you to think that he's gone, but he'll be back at SummerSlam. WWE is GOY slop, says Goat Meat. Gunther live next week. So we're just seeing what's going down next week. Rhea has bonded 6-woman tag next week. There we go. We wondered when we were going to get it. We're getting it next week. Jesus Christ. They're doing a funeral next week. They're doing a goddamn funeral next week. Is this a joke? We're giving TV time on SmackDown to the funeral of the gingerbread man. I just don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I don't even recognize whatever this show is. At Backlash, it's you and Trick Williams. Okay, here's Danhausen. That's bad. That's work, says Danhausen. Okay, it's going to be Usos. This is going to be our main event, I would imagine. Okay. Daze, this is just not funny, said Big Tony. Someone has passed away. It's true, it's very emotional. Your folks said the gingerbread man is going to rise out of the coffin like the Undertaker. Are we excited right now? Are we buying this? Are people buying this? Are we here for this? Are we here for this? Are people here for this? That was a pretty big announcement about Danhausen. So he can have a match against Miz and Kit, but he's got to find a partner. Danhausen's reaction was, oh, but that's work. Which was pretty fun. It's pretty fun. Penny said, maybe the gingerbread man has got a twin brother and he'll show up next week. Okay, guys, we're not fantasy booking the gingerbread man's funeral, right? I draw a line at fantasy booking, dream booking a gingerbread man funeral. We can talk Backlash, we can talk SummerSlam, we can talk all of those things, but I'm drawing the line, okay? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we got the scores for Irresistible Forces against Paige and Brie. Monday. What's going down Monday? Roman. Monday. Jacob. The Ruler. Yeah, he's got his open challenge, hasn't he? The Ruler. Boom. Do you know what? I've just been sort of like working away on my thumbnail. I've got Gunther choking out Cody. The end. Is that the end of Cody's title reign? Just been sort of working on. Now I think it should be about the gingerbread man. I've done all this work and now I'm thinking it should be the gingerbread man, really. If anything's a talking point coming out of tonight, it's the flipping death of the gingerbread man. Daze, where are Shrek and Donkey? Says, sure, I don't know, but it does feel like they should be around. Bum 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 bum. Daze, we have jump timelines. We're just in another universe. This is like gingerbread AI creative story segment. I feel like I'm tipping WTF have we watched tonight. It's bonkers, mate. But it's so bonkers. Part of me does wonder if people will have actually been enjoying it. What I can tell you is I've seen stuff like this before that historically gets a bad rep. I mean, do you remember when we had someone dressed up as the big dog Roman Reigns and all of that? I mean, historically, people look back on that and it's like it's seen as being cringe and bad. I think the gingerbread man was in that bracket, but we've doubled down. And now I'm wondering if the doubling down is actually going to help people like buy into the joke more. Or I don't know. I'll be very interested to see how people feel about it, you know? I'll be very interested to see how people feel about it. I think the opinions video tonight is going to be very good. Fightful have put this out. A funeral for the gingerbread man is happening next week. Yep, this is real. This person said, and they fired people for this. Well, I don't think it was because of this, but, you know, this is where we are. This is WWE giving people what they want. I mean, it's sports entertainment, isn't it? Is it good sports entertainment? Well, that is going to be subjective. Roman Reigns SCN doesn't think so. We're back in 2019 SmackDown. We're back. This person says that it's nowhere near as bad as that, though. This person down here said we blamed Road Dogg. That's true. This does not have Road Dogg's fingerprints on it. That is true. We're giving TV time to the funeral of the gingerbread man. Nicole, I didn't even catch Nicole this saying that. He said, show some respect, everyone's grieving. I didn't even catch that he had said that. Show some respect, Sammy, everyone's grieving. Oh my God, I don't know how I feel about this thing. I don't know how I feel about it. Okay. We need to ask, how are people feeling? How do you feel about gingerbread segments? Love them. think I know which option I would be going for. Okay, right now we've got 16 minutes. It's definitely giving us a talking point, though. I mean, it's definitely done that. Dean said, watch, they're going to reveal next week that the gingerbread man has got a son and he will swear loyalty to Trick. I hope not, but it wouldn't surprise me at this point, says Dean. Dean, thank you, my friend. Appreciate the support. I don't know what to expect from that segment next week. I really don't. Joe said, can you say hi to my sister-in-law, Daze? She's watching. Yes, absolutely. Hello to Joe's sister-in-law. It isn't normally this way, just so you know. We don't normally have funerals for gingerbread men. Please don't judge us by some of the things that you've seen tonight, because this isn't how it normally goes, right? To be honest, normally it's worse. We've had some really bad shows just before WrestleMania, so normally it is worse than this. This is actually a good week to watch. Okay, main event time then. We have got the Usos versus MFTs. Solo and Tama. What I will say is they have managed to get a lot of stuff into this episode. I do feel like, I mean, I've got quite a few polls that we've done tonight. Certainly talking points. Let's move this over here. Let's go over here. Chop coming in there by Jimmy. It's definitely been worse, and people still complain, said Christine. David said Vince McMahon is back. It's so bad, it's great, said Bishop. Go said, did you see the tweet that I've tweeted you about with Zilla doing meet and greets in Tampa before Backlash? I think he might show up at Backlash. Thoughts? I don't expect him at Backlash. Normally when you have like a big wrestling show, you have, events that go on around it. Zilla is kind of based, I believe, in Florida. So if there is like a convention that's doing meet and greets, I don't think Zilla being there really means anything. So I'm not expecting that to... I don't see that as being a link to him now popping up on the main roster. Goat Meat said, how is everyone loving TKO? You've got to love them. Such a great replacement, says Goat Meat. Gingerbread Man got a bigger reaction than Royce Keys, said Brony. Wrestle with Andy said, will we get a Gingerbread Elite figure? Yeah, they did Gobbledygooker. So, not impossible. Okay, Tala has got Jimmy hurling him into the corner. Oh, God, that segment. What the hell? How is that segment going to go, man? Okay, right now we got a foot on the back of the neck of Jimmy. Shot coming in there by Solo. I think we are at commercial break. Does this mean the Gingerbread Man could go into the Legends branch of the Hall of Fame? Do you know what? It means anything is possible. It means if you're watching this and you're a Gingerbread Man, dream big. There are no glass ceilings for you anymore. Dream big. The door to WWE has been opened. The forbidden door has been opened. Solo is standing over Jimmy. Daze is speechless because he's breathing the death. I just keep reading reaction online and different things that people are saying, because to be honest, if I had to vote in this, I would vote the I have no idea what to think about this. I think it's one thing to do something like this, like a gingerbread man story and a funeral, if it was connected to Danhausen, because that just sort of makes sense. Or it's connected to The Miz, or it's connected to R-Truth. You can sort of go, yeah, I get that. But it's connected to Trick Williams and Sami Zayn. And that is so strange to me. That is so weird that they're the ones having to tell this story. Do you know what I mean? Like, Trick Williams is having to go to a doctor's room and be given the news that the gingerbread man is dead, even though it's an empty costume. Like, it would work if it was R-Truth, because R-Truth gets confused and all that kind of stuff, you know? But, like, we're doing it with Trick Williams? We're doing it with Trick Williams? This is where I think you have to just go, it's just sports entertainment. Do you know what I mean? Part of me thinks, though, this could work and would be well received if it was just done with Danhausen. I think the thing that's really confusing me is they're trying to do it with Trick and Sammy. And I just don't know if this is the right place for it, but it's going to come down to if people are going to vibe with it or not. It's going to come down to how it gets genuinely received. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think my big headline is this thing could work, but I don't know that this is the place for it. But you might see people go for this. People might just be like, you know what? I want wrestling to be a distraction, and this is a welcome distraction from the world. And yeah, I don't know. It's mental. Whatever you think, we're tuning in next week, and we're going to see the funeral of a gingerbread man. That's happening, and we're all going to experience it. And none of you are allowed to miss next week. I don't care if you choose to not watch it with us, but you are watching that segment next week. Big Jim is down. The gingerbread's younger brother, Gingerhausen, is going to be Danhausen's partner. Well, I'd imagine he'll want revenge on Sammy. I'm not sure that he'll have time to really help Danhausen. I've seen enough. Danhausen and the Gingerbread Man versus Miz and Kit. I mean, could Danhausen bring him back to life? Why am I even thinking such things? Do you remember when CM Punk and Roman Reigns had a 5-star match at WrestleMania? That was good. Okay, Tala is in control. We got 7 minutes left. 7 minutes left. It makes sense. My parents always ask how WWE went. How am I going to explain the loss of such a legend? I would start by telling them to sit down. I'd be like, sit down. This is going to come as a shock. Back elbow. If someone wanted to do a really funny skit, I would have it so that I was watching wrestling and then my loved one walked in just as the gingerbread man stuff's happening, and they then go, is this what you watch? And you're like, you know, I think you could probably get a fun little Instagram reel out of that. Right, Usos are in control. Jimmy trying to get over to make the tag. Okay, suicide dive there by Jay. Down goes Tala. Enziguri kick coming in. Top rope Enziguri. Oh, lovely crossbody. Kick out by Solo. Bit of pace, bit of energy here by the Usos. Oh, grabs him. Nope. Looking for a big enziguri. Super kick, duck underneath, against the rope. Spear! 2. Tala makes the save. Tala makes the save. Flamefist said, too bad, Daze. Unlike you, we don't have any significant others to film us. Yeah, but equally, we don't have any awkward explaining to do. Clothesline to the outsides. Goes Tala. Oh, shot coming in there by Tala. Jay. They've had a good pace to this, actually. Fair play to them. Ah, he just went really hard into those ring steps. Really hard. You do whatever you want, big man, says Wade. I bet that's not the first time he's said that. Boos. Bella's sounded. Here's Jacob. Here's Jacob. So the bell has sounded. Jacob is chucking Tala around. Jacob with steps drives it into Tala. Tala goes down. Daze, you're telling me that you see this product every Friday while there are a ton of pretty British women waiting to get off. Well, maybe, but I doubt at like 5 to 4 in the morning. I love you, Solo. Do you remember that? Yeah, that was a long time ago. I love you, Solo. Do you remember that? Jacob in there. Jacob looking like a member of a flipping boy band. Loving this for him. Jacob's back. All right. Everybody. Jacob. Rock your body. Jacob. The Tongan Death Grip is in. He's going for a Samoan drop. Tala through the commentary table. Boom! Well, he's just picking fights everywhere, isn't he? Tala through the commentary table. We got far too chance. Far too. Okay, he's getting in. He's got issues with the Usos as well. We got OTC chance. Okay, what's happening here? He steps over. Walks past them. Jacob just walks through the Usos. He doesn't attack them. They don't attack him. Do you know, that theory of the Usos joining up with Jacob, there are definitely some seeds there. And certainly if Gunther is now not in Roman's future, because Gunther clearly has picked a lane, and it's the American Nightmare lane. So this is quite interesting. Quite interesting. Connor said that is interesting. 8 days away. I think it was Liverpool chats that mentioned it. Fatu not winning, but he will stand tall at the end of the show. The Usos will turn heel and join Fatu, said Liverpool chats. That was earlier in our stream. So it's interesting, got me thinking. Tell Roman. So basically send a message to Roman. Okay, let's get a poll up for that main event match as SmackDown comes to an end. Well, look, one thing I will say is I definitely feel like I watched something there. I feel like there was good. I feel like there was bad. I feel like there was crazy. I feel like there was a lot that went into the episodes. It did feel at times like it dragged a little bit. I remember getting like 10 minutes into the second hour. I think there was like 50 minutes left. And I was like, does feel like this has dragged a touch. But no, now that it's kind of come to the end with all that gingerbread man stuff, you do sort of go, wow. I definitely feel like I've had a fair bit out of that episode. I do think, though, where you've got such controversial segments, certainly the gingerbread man stuff in particular, that can be interpreted so many different ways. I'm not going to be shocked if there's people that love that and as a result enjoyed this episode, and then if there's people that hated it and as a result think that WWE is just now no longer for them, you know? Yeah, I could really see this being one that sort of divides opinion. I don't know how you put a flipping number on this thing, though. I think trying to put a number on this is going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult. The gingerbread man sucks, said DM. It was fun, said PJ. Wyatt said the hard work that Mello put in only to get pushed to the side. They say hard work pays off. He was robbed of WrestleMania, and now we've not seen him for 2 weeks. And we get the gingerbread man. And also, where's Phoenix, said Wyatt 6661. Tonight was interesting, but now I am hungry for gingerbread. Hey, do you want to know something? I live in Market Drayton, okay, which is just not far from Telford's. And Market Drayton is the home of gingerbreads. I don't know why it's the home of gingerbreads, but it is the home of gingerbreads. Market Drayton is known as the home of gingerbreads due to its 200-year-old tradition of baking. The town established its legacy through historical connections to the spice trade. So I don't know that it was like originated here, but there is a gingerbread factory in Market Drayton, and it does proudly call itself the home. So this, I think this is going to hit me extra hard is what I'm saying. I live in a town that is very heavily connected to gingerbreads. This is a dark day for where I'm from. This will be, if I go down to the market tomorrow, this is going to be a major talking point, right? It's going to be a major... this is the day that gingerbread died, right? So... I didn't even make that connection, honestly. I didn't even think about it. But it is known as being like... It's not the home of ginger... I don't even know where gingerbread originated from. Where did gingerbread originate? Where did it actually start? It just said it came from the ancient world. Recipes go all the way back to 2400 BC. So it did not originate in Market Drayton, right? But Market Drayton has been a place that's been making it for hundreds of years. God, that is crazy. That is crazy. The origins of gingerbread date back to the ancient Greeks and the Egyptians. I didn't realise that it was so old. I knew it was old. I didn't know it was that old. 2400 BC? Blimey now. That means Jesus was enjoying, or could have enjoyed, a little bit of gingerbread. I mean, not anymore. It officially died today. So, there we go. Purchase it if you see it. There might not be any more after today. We will all be attending the funeral next Friday. Grand Prairie said, what's your football team? Tottenham, man here. Oh, bit of a rough season for you, isn't it, buds? Yeah, I'm a Man United fan. I'm a Man United fan because when I was at school, I was basically no good, and so they put me in goal. And so in order to try and get good, I used to watch who was regarded as like the best goalkeeper at that time, and that was Peter Schmeichel. So I'd be watching him to see how I could improve in goal. And not only that, but like my mates were kind of fans of Man United as well, so it was kind of an easy team for me to support. And that was like early 90s before they, you know, really started winning everything. So I'm very fortunate to have kind of selected them and followed them, and how fortunate, like, you know, successful they were. But that's why now that they've sucked for like the past 12 years, it doesn't bother me, because I kind of feel like I deserve that. They were so good when I was young that it's okay now that they're rubbish. Like, I deserve them to be rubbish for a bit. So don't get me wrong, I'd love to see them winning stuff again, and hopefully they can get there soon. But yeah, it's not been a brilliant time recently. So Grand Prairie, shout out to you. Anna, who joins us from time to time, is a Tottenham fan as well. So you're not alone in being a Tottenham supporter. Hard times. Daze, are you going to wear a suit for next? I don't think I can fit in a suit anymore. What I might do is I might wear black next week. So, guys, I might not be as colourful as I am this week. I very much might be wearing... I might have to dig out some black stuff for next week to pay respect, of course. And I think we should. Right, let's end the poll for this main events. So you lot said 58, 26, 5 and 11. You said it was good 89. Wow, there we go. That was this week's SmackDown, and it was pretty bonkers. Hope you had fun watching it and trying to get your head around it. I mean, it was mental. Really mental. I definitely feel like I've watched some of it, though. I'm going to go and get stuck into the breakdown. So if you want to relive this episode with us, we're going to do the live breakdown now. If not, then we are back tomorrow. We're going to be back tomorrow. We're going to start hours before AAA. We'll start 2 hours before, and we're going to dig into... you know, whatever you want to talk about. We'll see what people have said about the Gingerbread Man stuff and everything. And of course, we're going to watch AAA, which is on YouTube. And we've got a contract signing. El Grande versus El Grande. Chad versus Ludwig. Contract signing tomorrow. Building towards a big match at the end of May. Mask versus Mask. So if you're around, come and join us. If not, I might see you on Monday for Raw. So thanks for watching. Appreciate it. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.